Chapter 62. Before leaving, Klein seized the time and used a small brush and handkerchief to meticulously clean his formal suit and top hat. Then, he washed his white shirt and wore it, which was made of linen, and the only decent cheap coat he had before walking out to the streets. First, it'll be Melissa's dress, followed by Banson's formal suit. Finally, it'll be my second set. I just don't have enough money to spend. In addition, I have to save up porcelain cutlery to entertain guests. Also, I have to save money to buy various mysticism ingredients. Klein sat on the public carriage and did a mental calculation of his family's financial situation. The more he did, the more he shook his head. He estimated that it would take at least a year for him, his brother, and his sister to live like the so-called middle class. Of course, this was without considering promotions and salary increases. The public carriage drove through the streets and stopped opposite the Divination Club on Howe Street. Klein pressed down on his black, non-silk half-top hat and hopped off the carriage. Following the familiar path, he entered the club's entrance on the second floor and saw the beautiful brown-haired lady, Angelica. Her eyes were still red and swollen, but she appeared extremely relaxed. Klein raised his hand and tapped his glabella twice. After a careful inspection, he discovered that the gloominess in the depths of Angelica's emotions had dissipated significantly. Instead, there was a brightness that resembled sunlight. After taking a look, Klein walked over, took off his hat and said with a smile, "Ma am Angelica, today is really a sunny day, isn't it?" Angelica raised her head and let out a short exclamation before bursting into a smile. "You are very similar to Mr. Vincent's cat. You don't even make a sound when you walk." "Oh, you can tell? Heh, I forgot that you are a fortune-teller who specializes in physiognomy." She paused, bit her lip and bowed. "Thank you. Thank you for your advice yesterday. I feel much better. I've never felt so relaxed, happy, and satisfied over the past year." Upon hearing her sincere thanks, Klein was also infected by her joy and happiness. The corners of his mouth curled up. He smiled and said, "It's my honor to be able to help you." As he spoke, he felt his spirituality relax and liveliness. This is the seer that the potion wants? A seer who can truly help the inquirer? Klein pinched the space between his eyebrows as if he was deep in thought. He quietly nodded twice. It had to be said that he had already discovered in practice that his actions of activating and deactivating spirit vision weren't sufficiently stealthy. But the problem was that he couldn't think of a better alternative in such a short period of time. As he had only recently become a seer, his spirituality had yet to reach its current limit. It was the same for his control over it. Therefore, he needed a spot that could effectively stimulate his spirituality to be used as a medium for the switch, and there weren't many such spots. The glabella was a relatively better choice. Once I completely digest the potion and become a true seer, I should be able to design a more covert switch action. Klein nodded indiscernibly and walked towards the half-open door of the meeting room. "Coffee or tea?" asked Angelica hurriedly. "Desi coffee," Klein answered with the mentality of trying all kinds of drinks. At that moment, he saw that there were 6 or 7 members in the meeting room, but Honas Vincent, who had been there the entire time, wasn't included. "Mr. Vincent isn't here?" Klein stopped in his tracks and asked casually. Angelica was taken aback. "Mr. Vincent doesn't come every day. He accepted an invitation to give a lecture at a divination organization in Mad Harbor. Do you need him for something?" "No, I'm just curious. After all, I see him every time I come." Klein shook his head with a smile. At the same time, he realized that there was a familiar face among the 7 members. Glassy, who had divined for him. Glassy was reading the information on the table with his monocle when he suddenly sensed that someone was watching him. Hence, he raised his head and looked towards the source of the gaze. An obvious look of joy surfaced on his face as he propped himself up with both hands and rushed towards Klein. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. I've been wondering if you would come today. I heard from Angelica that you aren't a doctor, but a fortune teller who specializes in physiognomy. Klein smiled. That's not the only thing I'm good at. Mr. Glassy, you seem to have completely rid yourself of your illness? He pinched his forehead and tapped his glabella twice. He realized that Glassy's healthy complexion had returned to normal. Yes, I really regretted it back then. I regretted not listening to your advice. Thankfully, there's a very powerful apothecary near my house. He gave my wife a rather miraculous medicine that allowed me to avoid death, Glassy said wistfully. As a prospective member of the Nighthawks, Klein asked with professional sensitivity, a very powerful apothecary? A rather miraculous medicine? Miraculous? How miraculous? Does it belong to the beyonder category? He said it's a folk medicine from Lemberg. In short, it's very helpful for my illness, Glassy replied without feeling anything amiss. Folk herb apothecary? Klein tapped his glabella as though he was in thought. What's his name? Where does he live? As you know, a fortune teller can't guarantee that he won't fall sick. Perhaps I'll need to buy medicine from him in the future. Klein knew from his tutor and classmates that this world's modern medical system had just taken shape. There were almost no treatments for many illnesses. Therefore, miraculous medicine and powerful apothecaries still had a huge market. It wouldn't go wrong to learn more about them. There might even be a need for them in the future. Glassy answered frankly, His name is Lawson Darkweed. His name is Lawson Darkweed. He has a small shop at 18 Vlad Street in Eastborough. It's called Lawson's Folk Herb Store. Thank you, Klein said sincerely as he silently noted it down. Glassy turned around and led him to sit beside him. At that moment, Angelica had brewed a cup of coffee and brought it over. Compared to Southville coffee, Desi coffee has a richer fragrance, but the taste is relatively inferior. Klein took a sip and savored it for a moment. Seeing him put down the white cup, Glassy hurriedly deliberated over his tone. Mr. Moretti, can I ask you to do a divination for me? I'll pay you according to the price you set. 8 pence is enough. I won't raise the price at the last minute. Klein was hoping that someone would ask him for a divination. Do I need to go to the divination room? All right, the Topaz room. Glassy was more familiar with the place than him, so he headed there first. After entering the divination room and locking the wooden door, Klein sat behind the long table and asked in a deep voice, Mr. Glassy, what would you like to divine? I have an investment opportunity, but it involves too much money. If it fails, my family and I will suffer a heavy blow. I would like to divine if it will be successful. Glassy suggested. I've done a divination with tarot cards before. Yes, it was a divination after purifying my soul. The results were not bad. Yes, it was my interpretation, but I didn't violate any of the principles. Klein thought for a moment and asked curiously, then described the matter in detail. Then, give me your own information. It would be even better if you have the other party's information. We can do an astrolabe divination. All right. Glassy organized his words and said, when Mr. Lenevis was exploring the Hornacis mountain range, he discovered a large iron mine that was rich in reserves and in good condition. He spent all his savings to buy that piece of land and hired a professional company to do a survey. They came up with an encouraging conclusion. He lacked the funds for subsequent development, so he established a steel company. He planned on using this project to apply for a loan from the bank, and at the same time, issue a certain percentage of shares to raise initial funds. This plan is still in the preparatory stages, but the returns are very generous. Klein, who had been reading the newspapers recently and was also a history expert, knew that this world had shares. He also knew that the concept of shares originated from Roselle the Great. Yes, it's him again. In the process of colonizing the southern continent, he established the West Balham Company. By issuing shares to raise funds from the public, he successfully resolved his financial problems and successfully obtained the first bucket of gold from the colonization. Since the returns were generous, similar things happened one after another, such as railway shares, mining shares, steam development shares, etc. There were successes and failures, which gave rise to organizations such as the Baekeland Stock Exchange. Apart from that, Roselle the Great also created national bonds, trust funds, and other things. The former had been passed down to this day, becoming the most stable investment method, with a return of 4 to 6% a year. Klein remembered that his brother, Banson, had once said that if he could inherit £3,000, he wouldn't have to work hard anymore. This was because a stable annual income was about 5%, which was about £150. It was roughly equivalent to Klein's current annual salary. This is the so-called rentier class. Klein sighed inwardly and deliberated before asking, "What's the matter?" He asked, "Are you sure there's no problem with this? Is Lenevis trustworthy? I've seen his property documents and prospecting reports. They have the seal of the Civillous County government and the endorsement of a professional company. Also, Mr. Lenevis' office has a picture of him with Sir Deweyville and the mayor," Glassy replied with a nod. "A group photo? Taking a group photo doesn't mean anything." Klein, who was born in an era of knowledge explosion, had seen too many similar things. He wasn't convinced because of this. However, it didn't matter whether he believed it or not. All he could do was pick up his pen and draw the corresponding astrolabe according to the crucial time information provided by Glassy. After a long while, Klein pointed at the astrolabe. "You should be able to tell that this matter won't go smoothly. Beneath the prosperity on the surface is a cliff, an abyss. My divination opinion is to circle around it and avoid it." Glassy fell into silence. His mouth opened and closed a few times. After a few minutes, he smiled bitterly. "I'll think about it seriously when I get home." Upon hearing such an answer, Klein could only shake his head and sigh. He experienced the helplessness a seer should have. A seer could only give suggestions and not make decisions for others. The two had just left the Topaz room when Angelica walked over. "Mr. Moretti, someone wants you to have your fortune told." At this point, she added in a low voice, "He didn't ask me to recommend him, nor did he look at the album. His reputation has spread?" Puzzled, Klein turned towards the reception hall. Chapter 63. After taking a few steps forward, Klein saw the customer who had come for his divination. He was dressed in a black suit and held a gold-inlaid wooden cane. He wore a half-top hat, and his short blonde hair peeked out from the edges. The tip of his nose was slightly curved, like an eagle's beak. Anna's fiancée, Joyce Meyer, who had gone through a terrible ordeal. Klein, who had seen him in the dream divination, immediately smiled and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Meyer." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." "Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti." Joyce took off his top hat and bowed. "Thank you for your guidance to Anna. She has been praising your miracles and can't stop talking." Klein chuckled. "I didn't change anything. You should be thanking yourself. Without a strong will and a yearning for beauty, you wouldn't have been able to overcome those disasters." After the pleasantries, he couldn't help but lampoon inwardly. "Isn't this considered flattery? Frankly speaking, I still find it a dream that I came back alive. I still can't believe that I survived one disaster after another." Joyce shook his head wistfully. Without waiting for Klein to speak, he asked curiously, "You knew who I was the moment you saw me? You knew who I was the moment you saw me? Is it because my nose is too unique, or did you divine my visit in advance?" "I have detailed information about you. For a seer, that's enough," Klein deliberately answered vaguely, acting like a charlatan. As expected, Joyce was stunned. 10 seconds later, he forced a smile. 10 seconds later, he forced a smile and said, "Mr. Moretti, I would like to seek your divination." Just as he said that, he suddenly realized something. Mr. Klein Moretti claimed to be a seer, not a fortune-teller, but a fortune-teller. "All right, let's go to the topaz room." Klein gestured for him to enter. At that moment, he had an inexplicable feeling that he should wear a long black robe and try not to speak too much to reflect the mysteriousness of a seer. After entering the divination room, Joyce Meyer locked the wooden door and observed his surroundings. Klein took the opportunity to pinch his glabella twice and activate his spirit vision. Joyce sat down, leaned on his cane, tugged at his black bow tie, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Moretti, I would like you to interpret my dream." Dream interpretation. Klein maintained his composure as if everything was within his expectations and asked in confirmation. He saw that Joyce's health colors had varying degrees of dullness, but none of them had reached the level of illness. His mood colors were dominated by the blue of thought, and it was so dark that it showed obvious tension. Joyce nodded solemnly. "Ever since the alfalfa arrived at Enmat Harbor, I've been having the same dream every night. The dream is filled with fear. I know that this might be a shadow left behind by the disaster. I should see a psychiatrist, but I suspect that it's not a normal dream. Even if a normal dream repeats itself every night, there will definitely be some differences in the details. But this dream, at least the parts that I remember, have never changed." To a seer, such dreams are considered revelations given by the gods, Klein said, half consoling and half explaining. "Can you describe the dream in detail?" Joyce clenched his fist to his mouth and pondered for a moment. "I dreamed that I was falling from the alfalfa into the sea. The sea was dark red like decaying blood. As I was falling, I was held back by someone on the ship. I couldn't see his face clearly, but I knew that he was very strong. And I was also holding on to someone in an attempt to prevent him from falling into the sea. I knew this person. He was a passenger of the alfalfa, Eunice King. Because of his weight and because of his struggle, I could no longer withstand it. All I could do was let go and watch him wail as he fell into the blood-red sea. At that moment, the person above me released his grip. I flailed my arms, hoping to grab onto something, but I couldn't grab onto anything. My entire body began to plummet rapidly. After that, I would wake up in horror, my back and forehead covered in sweat." Klein placed his hand on his forehead and rapped it gently, as though he was in deep thought. Following that, he organized his words and said, "Mr. Meyer, simple nightmares, similar nightmares, and continuous nightmares are all psychological problems. They have corresponding roots, but for the same nightmare to appear repeatedly is a reminder from your spirituality. It's also a revelation given by the God." Noticing Joyce's puzzled look, he explained in depth, "Don't doubt it. An ordinary person's spirituality will also give them certain reminders. I don't know what exactly happened on the alfalfa, but I can tell that it was a tragedy with blood and iron as the main characters. It left a very, very deep trauma in you." Seeing Joyce nod slightly, Klein continued explaining, "On the ship, you must have been very afraid. You were very afraid, and in such extreme emotions, it's very easy for humans to lose their ability to observe and ignore details that they shouldn't have. But that doesn't mean that you didn't see them. You just ignored them. Do you understand? You ignored them. In your subconscious, in your spirituality, the overlooked details still exist. If the matter it points to is important enough, your spirituality will remind you in the form of a dream." Previously, I recalled the feeling of neglect and discovered that the notebook had landed in Ray Bieber's hands. It was the same case. It's just that I'm sharper, my spirituality is stronger, and my mysticism knowledge is richer. That's why I was able to make a judgment immediately. Klein paused for a few seconds and looked into Joyce Meyer's eyes. "Did that Mr. Eunice King, who fell into the sea of blood because you let go of him, pray to you on the ship, but he still couldn't escape his fate?" Joyce twisted his body unnaturally and opened his mouth a few times before replying, "Yes, but I don't sympathize with him. Yes, but I don't sympathize with him. Maybe in a few days, maybe a week, you will see in the newspapers what a cruel and hateful villain he is. He raped and killed at least 3 ladies, threw a baby into the raging sea, and led a group of irrational beasts to slaughter passengers and crew. He's cunning, strong, and evil. I don't dare and can't stop. That will cost me my life." "I'm not questioning what you did." Klein first expressed his stance before explaining, "It's just that your dream tells me that you're regretful and regretful. You believe that you shouldn't have let go. Since you believe that killing him is a righteous thing to do, why are you regretful and regretful to the point of repeatedly dreaming of letting go?" "I don't know either." Joyce shook his head in confusion. Klein crossed his arms and placed them under his chin. He tried to analyze. "Based on what I just described, did you overlook anything in this matter, such as what Eunice King mentioned, the content of his pleas, the posture he showed, etc., etc., etc.? I can't recall it for you. Please think carefully." "No. He only had time to say, 'Spare me, I surrender.'" Joyce muttered to himself in puzzlement. Klein didn't know the specifics, so he could only provide guidance based on the dream. "Then, do you think that Eunice King's survival is more useful? That he can prove something or explain something?" Joyce frowned and said after a while, "Perhaps. I still feel that the conflict on the Alfalfa came too suddenly and developed too intensely. Perhaps. I still feel that the conflict on the Alfalfa came too suddenly and developed too fiercely. It's as if the evil desires hidden in everyone's hearts suddenly erupted uncontrollably. This isn't normal. Very abnormal. Perhaps I want to interrogate Eunice Kim and ask him why he did something like demonic possession in the first place." As he listened to Joyce's dreamlike description, Klein combined it with his dream. His thoughts suddenly became clear as he used the unique tone of a charlatan. He said in a tone unique to a charlatan, "No, it's not just that." "What?" Joyce seemed to jump in fright. Klein crossed his arms and rested them under his chin. He stared deeply into Joyce's eyes and said in a low but forceful tone, "Not only do you think that this matter is abnormal, but you also saw things that you overlooked. Not only do you think that this matter is abnormal, but you also see some things that you have overlooked. And when these things that you have overlooked are linked together, you can deduce a terrifying conclusion. Therefore, your spirituality tells you that there's a person who is very suspicious. He's the one who held on to you in the dream but ultimately let go. You subconsciously don't suspect him, so you can't see his face. He's your companion. He once controlled your life and death, or rather, saved you." Joyce suddenly leaned back, slamming into the back of the chair with a dull thud. Sweat slowly seeped out of his forehead as his eyes were filled with chaos. "I saw it, Clang." Joyce suddenly stood up, causing the high-backed chair to sway and nearly fall over. "Mr. Triss." He used all his strength to say a name. It was a round-faced, amiable, and shy boy. "He's the hero who saved the survivors." Klein didn't disturb him. He leaned back slightly and waited silently. Joyce's expression changed a few times before it finally returned to normal with a pale look. He revealed a bitter smile and said, "I understand. I understand. Thank you for your dream interpretation. Perhaps I need to go to the police station." He took out his wallet and withdrew a 1 soldi note. "I don't think money can reflect your value. I can only give you the price you set. This is your reward." Joyce pushed the note to Klein. "I wouldn't mind if you just gave me £10. 1 soldi. You really look like your fiancé." Klein maintained his demeanor as a charlatan and didn't say a word as he pressed down on the bill with a smile. Joyce took a deep breath, put on his hat, and turned to the door. As he unlocked the door, he suddenly turned around and said sincerely, "Thank you, Master Moretti." "Master?" Klein snickered inwardly as he watched the man leave the divination room. He muttered to himself, Something big seems to have happened on the alfalfa. If only Captain was here. He would be able to understand everything from Joyce Meyer's dream. Tuesday morning, Bakeland, Queens. Audrey, who had woken up early, found her golden retriever, Susie. She said in all seriousness, "Susie, you're also a beyonder. We're the same." "Pooey, no, I mean we need to help each other better. Guard the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. I'm going to perform a ritual." Susie looked at her master and wagged her tail helplessly. Chapter 64. After instructing Susie, Audrey paced back and forth, as though she was still worried. She wasn't sure if anything strange would happen with the ritualistic magic that day. How about this? Her eyes turned calm as she observed the process as a bystander. Soon, she came up with a new plan. Audrey locked the bedroom door and said to the golden retriever, "Susie, stay here. Susie, stay here. If Annie and the others try to force their way in, inform me immediately in the bathroom." To prevent any accidents, her personal maid had a key that could unlock the door. Susie looked at her and wagged her tail thrice. "Very well, I'll let you choose what you want for lunch today." Audrey clenched her fist and shook it gently. After giving her instructions, she entered the bathroom and saw a square bathtub that was 3 to 4 meters long and wide. There was clear water swirling in the bathtub. White steam permeated the air, and the fog was suffocating. Audrey cleaned up the rectangular table that was originally filled with bottles and jars. Then, she returned to the outer room and moved the candles, offerings, and white robes in. Following that, she closed the bathroom door. After doing all this, Audrey heaved a sigh of relief. She picked up a palm-sized translucent bottle from the side of the 4 candles. The bottle was cylindrical and shimmered with a dreamy luster under the light. It contained the essential oils that she had distilled and extracted yesterday. As a mysticism enthusiast, she had done a lot of research on such things. She had a lot of dews, flower essences, balms, essential oils, and incense that she made herself at home. Therefore, she quickly followed the fool's description and made the preliminary preparations. Moonflower, gold mint, slumber flower, fingered citron, and rock rose. What a strange formula. Audrey mumbled softly. I have to cleanse my body and calm my mind before using ritualistic magic. This is a form of reverence to the deity, the target of the prayer. After recalling the process, she placed the essential oils on the edge of the bathtub and reached out to remove her light household clothes. Pieces of silk floated into the washing basket. Audrey tied up her long hair and tested the water temperature with her hand. Then, she tiptoed and carefully stepped in, sinking her body into the warm embrace. Phew! She exhaled comfortably. She felt warm and relaxed all over. I really don't want to move a finger. Audrey forced herself to focus, grabbed the translucent light blue bottle beside her, and dripped a few drops of the ritual essential oil into the water. A burst of fragrance wafted out, a fragrance hidden in the tranquility. Audrey took a few breaths and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, it smells good. It's so relaxing, so comfortable. I don't want to move at all. I really wish I could just lie here quietly. Quiet, 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 quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Audrey suddenly heard a dog barking. She suddenly opened her eyes and looked around in confusion. She found that Susie had opened the door and come in. She was squatting outside the bathtub with a helpless look in her eyes. Rubbing the corner of her eyes, Audrey felt that the temperature of the water had dropped significantly. I fell asleep?" she asked subconsciously. Susie looked at her without barking or wagging her tail. "Haha, that bottle of ritual essential oil is really effective. Yes, really good." Audrey laughed dryly and explained in a cheerful tone. She stood up and took a towel. As she wrapped and wiped her body, she said to the golden retriever, "Susie, continue guarding. Susie, continue to stand guard. Don't let Annie and the rest come in." After the golden retriever left, she secretly stuck out her tongue, threw away the towel, and put on the clean white robe. Closing the bathroom door, Audrey seriously recalled the ritual she had recorded. She picked up 4 candles and placed them at the 4 corners of the table. White bread at the top left, Potter noodles at the top right. It smells so good, but it's a little cold. No, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things. Paella at the bottom left, Desi pie at the bottom right. Audrey followed the fool's description and set up the altar seriously, shaking her head twice. After finishing her preparations, she lit the 4 candles, picked up a silver knife, and stabbed it into the stack of coarse salt. After chanting the Hermes sanctification incantation, Audrey took out the knife with gorgeous patterns and placed it into a cup of water. After gathering her energy, she pulled out the silver, holy blade, and meditated on the scene of spirituality spreading and spewing out from the tip of the knife. An invisible force surged outwards as Audrey circled the altar with the knife in hand. She felt that there was indeed a wall of spirituality erected around her, repelling all impurities and disturbances. She maintained her spectator state, not allowing her excitement and joy to affect the ritual. Putting down the silver knife, she picked up a light blue crystalline bottle and dripped a drop onto each candle. Sizzle! A faint fragrance emanated as Audrey's body, heart, and spirit seemed to obtain peace. She secretly took a deep breath and lowered her head in reverence. She began chanting the official incantation in Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. I pray for your blessings. I pray for you to let me have a good dream. Slumber flower, a herb that belongs to the crimson moon, please transmit your strength to my incantation. Fingered citron, a herb that belongs to the sun, please transmit your strength to my incantation. Just as Audrey finished chanting the incantation and was about to meditate on the contents of her prayer, she felt a gust of wind within the sealed wall of spirituality. She saw the crimson star swirling on the back of her hand. Her heart skipped a beat as she hurriedly half-closed her eyes, calmed her mind, and made a sincere request. When everything was over, she looked around in puzzlement, but she didn't discover any other strange phenomena. That's it. Audrey frowned slightly and muttered. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. In the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger, Alger Wilson, who was dressed in a storm robe, silently recited the 3 descriptions he had heard in the afternoon, as though he was trying to find clues to the other party's identity. He shook his head and got up in frustration, but in the end, he didn't do anything. Alger wasn't at ease with the Blue Avenger, an ancient ship left behind by the Tudor dynasty. Although he already had control over it, his intuition told him that the ship still hid many secrets, just like the Blood Emperor. Therefore, he would use the ship to test the fool's abilities, but he wouldn't attempt unknown ritualistic magic on the ship. Alger pondered for a few minutes before leaving the captain's cabin. He went to the deck and said to the few crew members, "We're about to arrive at the Rörsted Archipelago. We're about to reach the Rörsted Archipelago, and we'll stay there for a day." The crew members immediately cheered and shouted, "Thank you, Your Grace." Because the Spectre ship did not need sailors, there were very few crew members, so they never had to worry about supplies. They could enjoy fresh food and clean water every day. However, sailing day after day and the scenery that hardly changed made them feel physically and mentally exhausted. It was as if they were always suppressing something, enduring something, until they could no longer control it. And the Rörsted Archipelago was a famous colony on the Sonia Sea. It had developed commerce and all kinds of industries. "I don't want to wait any more." A sailor shrugged his waist and gave a chuckle that all men understood. On the public carriage to Zutland Street, Klein, who was leisurely reading the newspaper, was suddenly stunned. He seemed to hear illusory shouts. That formless whisper reverberated in his mind, causing his forehead to twitch uncontrollably. The indistinct shouts came and went quickly. In just 10 seconds they disappeared without a trace. Klein pinched his forehead, resisting the throbbing pain that came from the depths of his brain. The inexplicable whispers that old Neil mentioned? Is it because my spiritual perception is too high? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein suddenly saw 4 black spots protrude on the back of his right hand at some point in time. They were like natural moles that were extremely inconspicuous. The 4 black spots that stemmed from the luck enhancement ritual quickly settled down, turning from dark to faint before disappearing. Klein stared at it in a daze as he made a guess about what had just happened. Did Justice or the Hanged Man try the ritualistic magic I gave them? Was my train of thought right? Those 3 descriptions can accurately point to me through the mysterious space above the gray fog, but I'm still far from being strong enough. I can't hear the contents of the prayers. I wonder if there's any information left above the gray fog. Yes, I'll enter tonight to confirm it. Klein was a little nervous and excited. He hurriedly raised the newspaper and covered his face, preventing others from seeing the changes in his expression. Soon, he arrived at Zutland Street and entered the Blackthorn Security Company. Before he could greet Roshan, Klein saw Captain Dunn Smith come out with a piece of paper with a portrait in his hand. Take a look at this internal wanted notice. An extremely vicious and cruel beyonder has entered Tingen. Dunn, who was wearing a black trench coat without a hat, swept his gaze over and handed the piece of paper over. Klein took it and glanced at it. The first thing he saw was a sketch. The person in the portrait had a round face. He had an amiable temperament with a tinge of shyness. He wasn't too old, only about 18 or 19 years old. Triss suspected to be a beyonder. Initial assessment is that he's a Sequence 8 instigator. Possibility of him being from the Theosophy Order cannot be ruled out. The perpetrator of the Alfalfa tragedy. There are eyewitnesses who testified that he left in Mad Harbor and went to Tingen. His current whereabouts are unknown. Triss. Alfalfa. It was actually a beyonder who committed the crime? Klein suddenly recalled the dream interpretation from yesterday afternoon and Joyce Meyer's description, so he immediately said, "That's right. Captain, I know someone who might be a very important witness." "I know Joyce Meyer. I was asked by the Machinery Hive Mind team to help out last night, and I saw you in Joyce's dream. I also confirmed from many details that Therese single-handedly caused the Alfalfa tragedy." Dunn's gray eyes were unperturbed as he chuckled. "How boring, Captain. Thankfully, it was my day off yesterday and I wasn't acting as a seer during work." Klein lampooned. He had the fear of being caught slacking by his superior. He asked, "Which sequence pathway is instigator from? What kind of organization is the Theosophy Association? Was instigating others to kill each other a way for Triss to eliminate the hidden dangers of the magic potion, or was it a requirement for advancement?" Dunn thought for a few seconds. "It's time for you to come into contact with information regarding beyonders and secret organizations. Don't always be instructed by old Neil to read historical documents. Captain, didn't you recruit me because you wanted a history expert?" Klein didn't dare to point out the problem. "All right." Chapter 65. With the document signed by Dunn, Klein went underground and turned into the armory. Dunn is right. It's time for you to learn about different beyonders and the various secret organizations. Old Neil, who was dressed in a classic black robe, wasn't surprised when he saw the note. Instead, he echoed seriously. Then, he added with a smile, "After all, you'll be going to the underground market with me tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night?" Klein didn't hide his surprise as he asked in confirmation. Old Neil nodded and sighed. "I'm a person who can't sleep peacefully when I'm in debt. I always hope to pay it off as soon as possible. Why didn't you act like this before? Why did you have to drag it out until the very last moment before using ritualistic magic? So I'm not the only one who procrastinates. Wait, is there a need to put it in such a euphemistic way by saying that you're afraid that you won't be able to resist using the money to repay your debt?" Klein didn't expose old Neil. Instead, he urged, Mr. Neal, please go to Cheney's Gate and retrieve the corresponding information for me. The armory was mostly filled with archaeological information and historical documents. There were some that involved beyonders and secret organizations, but there weren't many of them. Furthermore, they were all basic knowledge. Old Neal slowly took a sip of his handmade coffee and smacked his lip. Then, he picked up the signed and stamped document and walked out of the armory. Klein took his place and guarded the place. After about 10 minutes, the black-robed old Neal returned with a huge stack of information. You can only read it here. You can't take it away, he exhorted as he placed the information on the table. All right. Klein nodded heavily. He stretched out his hands and quickly flipped through the pages. He first browsed through them as a whole. Very detailed. As expected of the internal information of the Nighthawks. As expected of a church with 3,000 to 4,000 years of history, or even longer. Klein scanned through it and sighed inwardly. Not only did the information contain introductions to the various secret organizations, but it also listed many sequence pathways. Some were very complete, while others only had the potion name of the corresponding sequence. Some only described the beyonders of the sequence, while others were completely missing and replaced with blank. Suppressing his excitement, Klein began searching for the sequence pathway represented by Seer. Amidst the rustling of paper, he soon saw familiar words. However, his joyful expression quickly froze on his face. This was because the sequence 8 and sequence 7 after Seer did not have a corresponding potion name. Thankfully, there are at least 2 performances from beyonders of these 2 sequences. Klein exhaled silently, calmed himself down, and read the descriptions seriously. Sequence 8, potion name unknown. The corresponding beyonder is good at skill-based combat, and they are all very cunning. Proficient in skill-based combat? This is the advancement of a seer? Why does it feel so weird? I'm not a hunter. Do I have to become a melee mage? What did he mean by cunning? His intelligence had increased and he was good at deceiving others? Klein was taken aback. He even suspected that there was something wrong with the Nighthawk's information. After that, there were corresponding cases. He read them several times, but in the end, he still could not find a reasonable explanation. His gaze moved down, and the description of sequence 7 reflected in his eyes. Potion name unknown. The corresponding beyonder has mastered many spells that can be cast quickly, combining their skills with supernatural powers. That's more like it. This is more like the advancement of a seer. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and sighed inwardly. After reading the sequence 7 case, he shifted his gaze to the summary description of the pathway. This sequence pathway was first formed in the Solomon Empire's Zeratul family. During the conflicts of the 4th epoch, this family was not completely destroyed. In the history of the 5th epoch, their names can occasionally be heard. It is suspected to be related to the ancient organization, the Secret Order. Zeratul? Upon seeing this name, Klein's pupils constricted. This name had appeared in the remnant diary entries of Roselle the Great yesterday afternoon. Roselle's acting method originated from the reminder of a mysterious figure, Zeratul. Because of that mysterious Zeratul, Roselle the Great regretted not choosing seer? Therefore, it indirectly influenced me, making me become a seer, allowing the acting method to return to the embrace of seers. It really feels a little predestined. Klein frowned, feeling that things seemed a little different. Just by looking at the logical chain, he believed that there was nothing wrong with any of the links, but in the field of mysticism, a similar sense of predestination would often indicate certain things and implicate certain problems. Coupled with the baffling feeling of transmigration. It's really confusing. Furthermore, the fellow I possessed committed suicide because of the Secret Order's lost notebook. Klein thought for a long time and had many guesses, but he lacked more information to prove them. Phew. After repeatedly reading through the information, he could only suppress his thoughts and read other record. He first found the sailor sequence and found that it indeed belonged to the Lord of Storms. The internal records of the Nighthawks were rather detailed when it came to such an old opponent that might have existed for more than 2,000 to 3,000 years. Sequence 8. Folk of Rage, formerly known as Guardian of Storms. When the corresponding Beyonder is enraged, they can unleash attacks that far exceed normal. Be it strength or speed, they will be greatly enhanced. Facing them is like facing a storm. Sequence 7. Seafarer, formerly known as Storm Priest. The corresponding Beyonder is also a scholar of astronomy and geography. They have an intuitive grasp of magnetic fields, ocean currents, wind directions, and clouds. A ship with a seafarer will never get lost at sea. They are a higher grade blessed of the sea, and they will be enhanced in all aspects at sea. They are friends of water, and can move freely underwater for more than half an hour. They can cast spells related to water to a certain extent. Some of this comes from their own mastery, while others are bestowed by the Lord of Storms, such as, Sequence 7 Seafarer is very strong. Klein nodded thoughtfully. He suspected that the hanging man was either a guardian of storms or a seafarer. From the fact that he had just advanced, it was very likely that he was the latter. This also meant that the hanging man was either a member of the mandated Punishers or a pirate that had been secretly recruited by the Church of the Storm. Impressive, impressive. Klein flipped back a few pages and found the advancement of Spectator. He discovered that it was identical to the description of the hanging man. A Sequence 9 Spectator was the same as a seer. They lacked direct means of subduing their enemies. They could only obtain information from observing their targets and grasp their true thoughts. From there, they could ingeniously influence and secretly guide things in the direction they wished for. Sequence 8 Telepathic Reader was a comprehensive upgrade of Spectator. His observations were no longer limited to superficial details, but they could penetrate deep into mysterious domains such as auras and ether body. The combination of the two allowed Telepathic Reader to grasp the hearts of people with abnormal accuracy, as though he could read the thoughts of others. It was very difficult to keep secrets in front of him. Sequence 7 Psychiatrist, also known as Psychianalyst, was a step further from the previous levels. He could begin to directly influence the target. For example, he could treat the other party's problems such as madness or cause them to go berserk and lose their rationality. It's very difficult for others to discover a Beyonder. After reading the above information, Klein made a firm judgment. After learning about the members of the gathering, he flipped to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. This was because Roselle the Great had chosen the Savant sequence that belonged to them. Sequence 9 Savant. The corresponding Beyonder believes that knowledge is power. They have a rough understanding of mysticism, and they are even more proficient in aqua regia, nitroglycerin, and complicated gears. They seem to know everything. It's no wonder Roselle the Great said that this potion is very suitable for him. It can maximize his advantage. Klein was completely enlightened as he looked down. After a few case descriptions, the corresponding Sequence 8 appeared before Klein's eyes. Archaeologist. Possesses sufficient historical knowledge, wilderness survival knowledge, as well as taboo knowledge related to ruins. Has a strong enough body and ability to face all of this. Sequence 7 Appraiser. Can intuitively grasp the abilities and problems of most Beyonder items. Can avoid danger when using them, as Klein's security clearance wasn't high enough. The information regarding the sequence pathways was only up to 7. It made him itch, but he couldn't think of any other way. He could only hope that Bakelin would send sealed artifact 2-049 over as soon as possible to confirm if Ray Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. That way, he would have a chance of becoming an official member and obtain a higher security clearance. Reining in his emotions, Klein carefully read the information from beginning to end. He learned that Corpse Collector was followed by Gravedigger and Spirit Medium. He also learned that Sequence 8 of Mystery Prior was missing. Not only did it not have a name, even the corresponding description was blank. Instead, there were records of the potion's name in Sequence 7, Warlock. Sounds pretty impressive. Klein slowly flipped the pages and saw the apprentice and marauder that Roselle the Great couldn't forget. The relevant records only went up to Sequence 8, and the subsequent parts were missing. Sequence 9 Apprentice has a rather strange ability. I can only confirm that it's the beginning of a school of mage. They are rarely trapped, and it's very difficult to be obstructed. They always have a way to escape and pass through. Sequence 8 Trickmaster knows all sorts of strange but not powerful spells. Sequence 9 Marauder. It's very difficult to distinguish these beyonders from ordinary bandits and thieves. Perhaps their means are more powerful, and the reason they steal isn't for enjoyment, nor is it for survival. It's more like they are fulfilling a mission. Sequence 8 Swindler. In some of the scams we found traces of beyonders. They delight in scamming others, taking pleasure in deceiving others. Is this a subtle form of acting that influences others subtly? If I had a choice, perhaps I would choose Apprentice, Klein thought to himself. Suddenly, he discovered the sequence potion name of the perpetrator of the Alfalfa tragedy, Triss, Instigator. Chapter 66. Sequence 8 Instigator. Good at triggering evil desires in the depths of people's hearts. Good at intensifying conflict, provoking conflict, and creating bloodshed. The description isn't detailed enough. It looks like the Nighthawks don't know much about the potion's abilities, but it does match the characteristics of the Alfalfa tragedy. Klein shifted his gaze upwards and looked at the corresponding Sequence 9 for Instigator. Sequence 9 Assassin. Able to change their bodies for a short period of time, becoming as light as a feather. They also have the eyesight and night vision of an eagle. Every assassin is good at hiding in the shadows. They have nimble footwork and the ability to unleash all their strength in a single strike. After reading the description, Klein was once again deeply puzzled. Assassin. The advancement of assassin is instigator? This is as strange as the advancement of seer being a job that specializes in skill-based combat. It's very normal for some sequence pathways to advance, such as spectator. But why do some sequence pathways defy intuition and logic? Not necessarily. Perhaps there are some hidden commonalities that I haven't discovered. For example, assassin and instigator would bring disaster to others, but I can't figure out the seer one no matter how hard I try. Could it be old Master Gandalf's lineage? After adding one supplementary magic point, the remaining skill points are all used for strength and technique? Klein silently lampooned as he shook his head. He flipped to the information regarding the secret organization, Theosophy Order, that Instigator was involved with. Theosophy Order, a secret organization that appeared in the 5th epoch, which is the beginning of this epoch. They believe that the spirit is the essence of a person, and that the physical body is only a cage that binds the spirit. Humans will do evil because they are influenced by the physical body. One has to obtain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually be freed from the physical body. Then, after going through the various tests of the astral body, they will finally break free from the material world and return to their purest and truest self, obtaining eternal salvation. Therefore, many extreme members of the Theosophy Order have the goal of destroying the bodies of others. They have created many bloody cases. It's obvious that they have two sequence pathways. One is the more common apprentice and trickmaster among them, while the other is the rarely seen assassin and instigator. For the time being, there's no evidence that the Theosophy Order has potions of sequence 7 and above. It's unknown how the Theosophy Order was established. We can only analyze their possible origins through two sequence pathways. First, apprentice and trickmaster. This easily makes one think of the 4th epoch's Tudor dynasty's House of Abraham. We can't eliminate the possibility of the Tamara family, which has a long-term marriage alliance with the House of Abraham. Secondly, assassin and instigator point to the Demonist sect. The House of Abraham, the Tamara family, the Antigonus family, the Zeradal family, the Solomon Empire's Dark Emperor, the Tudor dynasty's Blood Emperor, the Tuluan-Sostal Empire, as well as the Jacob family and the Ammon family mentioned by the Hanging Man. The buried history of the Fourth Epoch really hides many secrets. Perhaps there are many truths as well. Klein sighed as he read. He felt that the history of the Fourth Epoch was shrouded in a thick fog. Just seeing the outline through the fog was enough to make one shudder in fear. It was as if one could imagine an extraordinary and prosperous era, an era where blood and strangeness danced, horror and distortion sang in unison. Klein drew a silent breath and flipped through the pages, but he didn't find any description of the Demonist sect. He raised his head and looked at old Neil, who was using a filter paper to grind his coffee. He sincerely requested, Mr. Neil, what kind of organization is the Demonist sect? I didn't see any information about them in the information. Old Neil wasn't in a hurry to respond. After he was done with the coffee, he chuckled and said, "Your security clearance isn't high enough. Even with Dunn's permission, you won't be able to read that portion of the information. It can even be said that a lot of the information is only in the Holy Cathedral and not behind Tingen City's Cheney's Gate. You will only be able to come into contact with it when you become the captain of a Nighthawk team and head to the Holy Cathedral for training. I don't know much about the Demonist sect either. I only know that they believe in the primordial Demonists and believe that this hidden existence is the true successor of the Creator. She's born from the chaos, the primordial one born from the Creator's body. She's also the Terminator that will end everything. Their sequence pathway is related to this. In order to obtain the blessings of the primordial Demonists and approach this hidden existence, the upper echelons are all women. This is why they're called the Demonist sect. Most of the situations aren't within the scope of an official member like me. I've only heard that the Demoness's mission is to spread calamity. Spread calamity. This does match the common point of assassin and instigator. However, that Mr. Trist's future is worrying. The subsequent potions of this pathway seem to be more suitable for women. Klein nodded slightly and continued reading the information. After he finished reading, he realized that there were more secret organizations than he had imagined. But after careful consideration, he felt that it was very normal. After all, this world had many years of history, and there had once been an era when Beyonder powers were active. According to the information provided, Klein divided the secret organizations into 3 categories based on the chronology. The first was the ancient organizations that were born in the Fourth Epoch. They included, but were not limited to, the Moses Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, as well as the Blood Sanctify sect that followed the Devils. The information only mentioned the Demonist sect once. The second was the secret organizations that were born in the Fifth Epoch, which was the beginning of the current epoch. They were more or less related to the terrifying families and sects of the Fourth Epoch, such as the Theosophy Order, the Charismatic Order that believed in death, the Life School of Thought that was passed down from master to disciple, and the Rose School that was famous in Beyonder circles for its bloody sacrifices. The third was a new organization that had appeared in the past 1 or 2 centuries. There was the Aurora Order, the Iron and Blood Cross Order, the Element Dawn, and the Psychological Alchemy that Klein had first heard of. Apart from that, there were also some scattered organizations that hadn't done anything major. Banson and Melissa definitely can't imagine how dangerous this world is. It's not just war. Klein shook his head and chuckled. He neatly stacked the classified information and pushed it to old Neil. At the same time, he added silently in his heart, "Please don't let my tarot be on the list." Old Neil didn't expect that the leader of a secret organization would be sitting opposite him. He chuckled as he took the information and headed for Cheney's Gate. Klein sat there, wondering if he should divine the whereabouts of instigator Triss. But after thinking for about 20 seconds, he gave up on the idea. After all, he only had a rough idea of the other party's appearance and a name that he didn't know if was real or fake. If he could use that to figure out his whereabouts, he wouldn't be called a seer, but a prophet. When old Neil returned, Klein gathered his thoughts and continued his mysticism lessons to master more ritualistic magic format. He spent the entire day studying and practicing. He didn't participate in the joint operation to capture instigator Triss. He only heard that sealed artifact 2-049 from Bakeland would be delayed due to some special circumstances. The details were to be determined. As he had earned nearly 2 soldi from his divination yesterday, Klein spent 10 pence on a 2-liter barrel of Enmat beer for Banson and a freshly baked lemon cake for Melissa on his way home. Klein, I know how much you value us, but there's really no need. There's no need to always spend money on these things. Banson looked at the small barrel of beer and deliberated over his words. Melissa stood by the side and nodded silently. This is probably the difference in our spending habits. Klein sighed in amusement. Banson, Melissa, don't worry. I bought this with additional subsidies. Yes, I can earn about 2 to 4 soldi a week. I can't possibly tell you that this is the profit from my divination, right? He added inwardly. This job of yours is much better than I expected. Banson was taken aback for a moment before giving a pertinent evaluation. That's right, I can even learn divination. Klein silently quipped and turned to walk to the kitchen. With the 3 siblings working together, a sumptuous dinner was served. After having their fill, Klein, Banson, and Melissa slumped in the living room. After a while, they got up to clean up, chatting, and studying. When Banson and Melissa are asleep, I'll head above the gray fog to see the effects of the ritual. As Klein studied the history books, he glanced at his siblings. Westboro, Iron Cross Street. A 3-story apartment was immersed in darkness. There were no street lamps, so there was no additional light. Suddenly, a figure leaped out of a window on the 3rd floor and landed lightly on the ground like a feather. It didn't cause much of a commotion. With a turn of his body, he suddenly vanished, as though he had fused into the shadows, leaving only a vague silhouette. The figure sped all the way to the dock area and came to an empty corner where goods were piled up. After carefully observing for a while and circling the area twice, the figure left the darkness and entered the corner. One could see that he had a round and amiable face. He was none other than instigator Triss, who had single-handedly caused the tragedy of the alfalfa. How do you feel? A mysterious figure in a black hooded robe walked out from the shadows in the corner. Her voice was clearly feminine. Triss revealed a kind and satisfied smile and said, "It's very comfortable. That's the scene I've been dreaming of and pursuing. I think I've completed the mission and am prepared to advance." The black-robed woman nodded indiscernibly and said, "Very good. According to my promise, I will give you the formula and the 3 main ingredients for sequence 7. You will need to gather the rest yourself." "No problem," Triss replied as though he was prepared. The mysterious woman raised her hand and handed a book-like object to Triss. The book had an ancient and mottled bronze cover, and there was a strange, star-shaped lock hanging beside it. Triss knew that the book contained the formula and ingredients, and he immediately felt excited. He suppressed his emotions and looked curiously at the name of the potion written on the bronze cover. "Which?" Triss exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe that the word written in ancient Hermes was this. "Which? I'm about to advance to a witch? What a joke!" The mysterious woman covered her mouth and let out a soft chuckle. "After a long time," she replied, "after a long while," she replied. "Haven't you always been strange? Strange that our upper echelons are all women." Chapter 67. The crimson moon hung high in the sky in the darkness, illuminating Tingen, the city of universities, which was gradually returning to its silence. Klein stood in front of his desk, looking down at the deserted Daffodil Street through the oriel window. he heard the sound of a carriage speeding by in the distance. He picked up the silver vine-patterned pocket watch, snapped it open, and took a look. Then, he reached out to draw the curtains, allowing the yellowish light from the gas lamp to be reflected into the bedroom. Klein turned around unhurriedly, locked the door, and closed the valve. The entire room was immediately enveloped in darkness. Only the faint red moonlight that passed through the curtains brought color, bringing with it the scene of the night that gave birth to many folklore. In such an environment, Klein took out a silver knife he had applied for and outlined the ball of light in his mind, entering a half-cogitation state in advance. He gathered his energy and, according to his previous practice, allowed his spirituality to gush out through the tip of the knife. He allowed it to move with his body and miraculously blend with the environment, sealing the room. He was guarding against any abnormal fluctuations that might occur later. He was afraid that Banson and Melissa would be startled awake. Following that, Klein put down the knife and took 4 steps counterclockwise. Each step was accompanied by an incantation from Earth. The constant shouts and murmurs assaulted him, and the constant madness and pain overwhelmed him. He tried his best to control himself, surviving the most difficult and dangerous stage in a semi-conscious state. The grayish-white fog was boundless, and the crimson stars were either near or far. The towering divine temple stood like a dead giant. Everything in front of Klein was the same as before. The silence and ancientness that had accumulated for thousands of years surged at him. No, there are still changes, Klein muttered to himself as his gaze locked onto a crimson star that was nearby. It was a star that symbolized justice. The crimson star shrank and expanded continuously. It wasn't large, but it was persistent. Klein carefully released his spirituality and extended it towards the crimson star. The moment the two came into contact, his mind buzzed. He saw a blurry and distorted scene and heard an illusory and overlapping prayer. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. You are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I beg for your help. I pray for your blessing. I beg you to let me have a good dream. I beg you to let me have a good dream. I beg you to let me have a good dream. The woman's voice echoed incessantly, and Klein's mind became agitated and chaotic. It was as if he was about to fall asleep only to hear an argument upstairs. He suppressed his emotions and used meditation to calm his impulses. He carefully identified the blurry images that appeared in front of him. It was a girl wearing a long white robe. She had a head of soft and beautiful blonde hair. She was standing in front of 4 flickering flames, her head bowed respectfully as she chanted. From the distorted scene, Klein barely recognized Miss Justice. At this moment, he was completely sure that the ritual incantation he had conceived could accurately point to this place, to him. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment, and he felt that his exploration from nothing to something was very effective. I won't brag about how amazing I am. Klein's mood improved, and he felt that the pleas that were buzzing around his ears like flies had become acceptable. With a thought, he attempted to transmit the answer in his mind to the crimson star through the subtle connection. I got it. The gray fog in front of him was filled with layers of gray fog, and a distorted and blurry figure stood in the deepest depths. His eyes were swirling with crimson, and his voice kept echoing in the empty world. I got it. I got it. I got it. Audrey Hall suddenly woke up with a start. She sat up, hugging her blanket. Her mind was filled with the scene from her dream. She clearly knew that she had dreamed of the fool, the mysterious fool who lived high above the gray fog. Is this a response to my morning prayer? Audrey, who had quickly entered her spectator state, calmly analyzed the situation. Although she didn't understand why the fool didn't respond on the spot and had to wait until nighttime, she was still deeply shocked by the effectiveness of the ritualistic magic and the incantation. In the past, she had never received a response from the Evernight goddess. Even if Mr. Fool isn't a deity, he's probably not far from it. Audrey slowly took a breath and exhaled. Since the other party was a powerful existence that she couldn't resist, she quickly threw her worries aside and began to think about what she should do next. First, completely digest the spectator potion. My acting is pretty good. Second, find psychological alchemy. Third, see if I can get the telepathist potion formula from Mr. Fool, or clues to psychological alchemy. However, every godlike existence has a complete sequence chain that belongs to them. They might not know the formulas of other sequence pathways. A new Beyonder organization like psychological alchemy might not be qualified to receive Mr. Fool's attention. After disengaging from contact, Klein was in a good mood as he sat at the end of the long bronze table. His body was shrouded in gray fog as he leaned back in his chair, clenched his fist to his mouth, and recalled and scrutinized what had happened. At this moment, he was the only living being in the world of the gray fog. Other than that, there was silence. It seems that I can only send messages over, and I can't use it to mobilize the power here. Then it seems that my previous trick won't work. Klein kept tapping his mouth as he silently concluded. His original plan was to see if he could use this method to bind himself and the gray fog world together if the designed incantation and ritual were effective, so as to pry into the power of this mysterious space. When the time came, he could pray to himself and circumvent the restrictions, mysteries, and dangers, making full use of the gray fog world. For example, he could first hold a ritual and pray to himself for the bestowment of spells. Then, he could enter the world above the gray fog and respond to the request, giving the bestowment. It seems that I was too optimistic. My understanding and grasp of this gray fog world is far from that level. Klein shook his head in a self-deprecating manner as he prepared to leave. At this moment, he saw the crimson star that symbolized the hanging man begin to shrink and expand. He heard an illusory and formless sound ripple out. I happened to run into the hanging man holding a ritual? Klein nodded thoughtfully. He sat at the end of the long bronze table and reached out to touch the star. His spirituality spread out and touched the crimson star that was constantly shrinking and expanding. He heard the hanged man's deep and overlapping pleas, and he also saw a blurry scene. In the scene, the hanging man was dressed in a pure black robe, standing in front of 4 balls of fire. The spirituality around him formed a wall, isolating him from external influences. Klein didn't immediately respond. All he did was watch and listen quietly. You are the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray for your help. After the hanging man finished praying, he waited for a moment. Seeing that there was no response, he began to remove the wall of spirituality, extinguish the flames, and clean up the altar. In the end, he reached out and wiped it. Aqueous light spread out, and the table that served as the altar immediately looked brand new. Water-based spell. Gift of the storm. The hanged man is indeed, or at the very least, a seafarer. Klein nodded slightly. Before the scene disappeared, he sent a response into the crimson blob according to what he had expected. Alger Wilson was in the city of Generosity, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. He didn't go to the famous Red Theater with the crew. Instead, he stayed in the inn, closed the doors and windows, and attempted the ritual described by the fool. After completing the prayer with familiarity, Alger waited patiently for a while, but he didn't receive any response. It seems like this attempt isn't very successful. Mr. Fool has to change his method, he thought, feeling both relieved and slightly disappointed. After dealing with the aftermath, Alger planned to go downstairs and get a glass of Lanty-proof. Alcohol helped to unleash the powers of the Folk of Rage, so the mandated punishers of the Lord of Storms liked this drink. Opening the door, Alger was about to walk out when his vision blurred. He saw an illusory and boundless gray fog in the corridor. He saw a blurry figure sitting in the deepest part, as though he was sitting on a throne high above. I got it. A familiar and deep voice reverberated in Alger's ears, causing him to freeze on the spot as his head throbbed with pain. Alger's eyes darkened as he looked at his surroundings, only to realize that everything was no different from before. It was still the same floorboards that creaked when stepped on, the same old candlesticks on the walls, and the same not-so-clean corridor. I got it. The voice seemed to echo in Alger's ears. His expression darkened as he clenched his fist and hit his chest lightly, but he couldn't say anything respectful to the Lord of Storms. After a long silence, Alger's expression returned to normal, but his gaze deepened. Above the gray fog, Klein didn't waste too much time. When the remnant voices calmed down, he enveloped himself with his spirituality and fell into the gray fog, into the physical world. Light flashed in front of him like a movie that was fast-forwarded dozens of times. After a moment of dizziness, Klein saw the curtains illuminated by the crimson moonlight, as well as the blurry silhouette of a desk and bookshelf. He picked up his silver knife again, and removed the wall of spirituality in the room. Then, amidst a sudden gust of wind, he quietly opened the door and looked down the corridor. Seeing that there was no movement from his brother, Banson, and his sister, Melissa's, rooms, he finally relaxed. This luck enhancement ritual is a must-have at home or on a trip. It's hidden and magical. Klein muttered silently as he closed the door and walked to his bed. Chapter 68. In the evening, the shadows of the carriage and horses were dragged out by the setting sun. Klein, who had already informed Banson and Melissa, had dinner at the Blackthorn Security Company and was riding a public carriage to the dock with old Neil. He was wearing his cheap formal attire because he was worried that a conflict might occur in such an occasion. If he were to damage the tuxedo that he usually took care of, it wouldn't just be a heartache. When the sunlight seemed to burn, the carriage came to a stop. Old Neil, who was still wearing his classic black robe and round-brimmed felt hat, paid no attention to the gazes of others as he walked towards the Evil Dragon bar diagonally across from him. Even though the bar was a little far away, and even though the door was heavily shut, Klein could still hear waves of cheers from inside. They seemed to be cheering for a certain hero. Just as he approached, he suddenly sensed something and turned to look at the warehouse opposite the bar. He saw a burly man in uniform standing in a hidden spot on the rooftop. The man carried a huge grayish-white mechanical box on his back and held a thick rifle with a complicated structure in his hand. And the grayish-white metal box and the rifle of the same color were clearly connected by pipe. High-pressure steam rifle? Klein muttered in astonishment. He turned to look at old Neil and said, "This bar can even obtain such a weapon?" This was a military-controlled item. Although it used extracted phlogiston, the size and weight of the high-pressure steam backpack were still astonishing. Only a true predator could carry it, and the bullets propelled by it possessed extremely high speed and destructive power. Coupled with a suitable aim, it was almost equivalent to a low-quality sniper rifle. What? Old Neil narrowed his eyes and looked over, equally puzzled. Did something happen here? Something happened? Klein surveyed the surroundings and indeed, there were a few men with repeating rifles searching for something. What's wrong? Old Neil approached the bar and asked the burly man guarding the door. The burly man clearly knew old Neil. The muscles on his face twitched as he smiled bitterly. The bar was almost demolished just now. It said that a wanted man came to buy materials and was recognized, so he became like this. My lord, what did he do? How dangerous is he to be treated like this? When I saw those guns, my legs went soft. They were even softer than after fooling around with Sonny the Red Hair for a whole night. He didn't know who the wanted person was, nor did he know that there were Beyonders mixed among the people who came here to buy ingredients. A wanted man? Do you know his name? Old Neil asked with interest. His name is Triss? The burly man answered uncertainly. Instigator Triss? Klein nodded in realization and understood what was going on. Triss didn't know that he had been suspected by Joyce Meyer, so he swaggered to the underground market to buy ingredient. In the end, he was recognized by the machinery hive mind or the mandated punishers or nighthawks, resulting in an intense conflict. Has he been caught? Klein tapped the silver-inlaid black cane. From the looks of it, not yet. The burly man shook his head slightly and used his chin to point at the top of the warehouse opposite him. He rushed out before those terrifying fellows arrived. Whoa, I've never seen anyone better at running than him. Actually, you haven't seen the true abilities of an assassin. Otherwise, you would have been taken to an indescribable place to be re-educated. Klein lampooned. Is the market still open? Old Neil changed the subject and asked. It just recovered, the burly man answered affirmatively. That's good. Old Neil took 2 quick steps forward, reached out his right hand and pushed open the heavy door. Klein followed closely behind and walked in. He was nearly knocked down by the stuffy heat and the smell of alcohol. There was a boxing ring in the middle of the Evil Dragon bar. 2 bare-chested men were engaged in an intense fight. Around them, dozens of customers were cheering for the person they were supporting. There was no lack of vulgar language among them. Old Neil ignored them as he led Klein around the boxing ring and into a billiard room at the back. There were 2 people in the billiard room, chatting and laughing with each other. When they saw Old Neil push open the door and enter, they immediately fell silent for a few seconds. After confirming the visitor, they quietly made way, allowing Old Neil and Klein to pass through the secret door behind them. After passing through several rooms, Klein's vision suddenly opened up. He saw a place the size of a lecture hall from his previous life. There were people setting up stalls with bottles and cans piled on them. There were also people walking among them, either scrutinizing, conversing, or comparing prices. 1/20 of all profits will be given to Swain. He's the boss of Evil Dragon Bar, a former captain of a mandated Punisher team. He's even older than me, an old man who wishes to die of alcoholism, Old Neil introduced in a rambling manner. Klein thought for a moment and gave a sincere evaluation. It's a rather profitable business, because the cost was only to provide the venue and shelter. If you fancy an item but don't have enough money, you can borrow it from Swain. Of course, he will charge a very high interest rate. At this point, Old Neil clenched his teeth. Indeed, it's just like a casino. It provides usury services. Klein held his cane and sized up his surroundings as he asked curiously, "What's going on?" He asked curiously, "Mr. Swain is a seafarer? The captain of a mandated Punisher team should be a Sequence 7. No, he's just a folk of rage. Tingen isn't a coastal city. Here, the Church of the Goddess is more powerful than the Lord of Storms." Old Neil sneered. Actually, Swain had the chance to become a seafarer, but he was afraid of losing control, so he chose to give up. Just as Klein was about to ask the bar owner if he had ever nearly lost control, he suddenly sensed a strange phenomenon to his left. There seemed to be something hidden there, whispering and narrating. Klein turned his head and saw a pale-faced young man. He was wearing a tattered linen shirt and blue-gray trousers unique to the working class. His eyes were unfocused, but there was a hint of madness in them. He was constantly muttering something. His spiritual perception is very high, or is it distorted? Klein muttered with a frown. What had triggered his spiritual perception was the other party's spiritual perception. Normally, the perception brought about by spiritual perception would definitely result in a certain interaction. It was almost impossible to hide it from others, but this others referred to spirit mediums who had cast their powers, as well as powerful figures with similar specialties. It was actually very difficult for a beyonder like Klein to distinguish between them. Only when the other party's spiritual perception reached a certain level, or when there was an abnormal distortion, would he be able to discover it. When their eyes met, the pale-faced young man with messy black hair strode over with a half-crazed and half-sleepwalking expression. He stopped in front of Klein and stared at him in a daze. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Ha ha, the smell of death, the smell of death. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly screamed. His eyes closed tightly as blood-colored liquid flowed out. Damn it! The young man covered his eyes, hugged his head, and struggled and rolled on the ground. After a while, he calmed down and lay there panting. Throughout the entire process, none of the customers or vendors who set up stalls gave him a sidelong glance. Klein pressed down on his half-top hat and stared dumbfoundedly at old Neil, using his actions to express his surprise and seek advice. Don't mind him. His name is Audiobook, an orphan. His nickname is Monster. He was born with high spiritual perception and often sees things he shouldn't see and hears things he shouldn't hear. Therefore, he often talks nonsense and often gets hurt, old Neil explained with a shake of his head. He can tell that this body of mine has died once? Klein frowned and lowered his voice. He asked in puzzlement, the Nighthawks, mandated punishers, and machinery hive mind have never thought of recruiting him into their team? No, we don't have a sequence potion that's suitable for him. Old Neil sighed. Yes, this is equivalent to being born with half a sequence's beginning. Klein asked curiously, then which sequence pathway is suitable for him? The sequence 9 he's suitable for is called Monster. That's where his nickname comes from. Unfortunately, only the life school of thought has grasped the beginning of this sequence pathway, old Neil replied in a low voice. He and Klein tried their best to avoid the people around them when they conversed, so as to prevent information from leaking to mysticism enthusiasts. Life school of thought? Klein recalled the information he had previously read. This secret organization appeared at the beginning of this epoch. Its exact origins were unknown, and it was mainly passed down from master to disciple. Their specific theories and beliefs were also rarely leaked. Klein only knew that they divided the world into 3 levels: the world of absolute rationality, also known as the world of absolute truth, the world of spirits, and the world of matter. It's said that this secret organization has even produced a prophet. Isn't this the corresponding sequence pathway of a seer? I don't understand. Klein shook his head repeatedly as he watched Audiobook struggle to get up and wander off to another corner. He reined in his thoughts and followed behind old Neil. They passed through one stall after another and discovered that there were plants such as moonflowers, fingered citron, night vanilla, and minerals such as pure silver, topaz, and rubies. It's indeed quite complete. Klein muttered softly. The mysticism enthusiasts around him, young and old, male and female, would pause in their footsteps from time to time. At times, they would distinguish between each other and communicate, making the place rather lively. Walk around by yourself. I'll pay the bill. Old Neil pointed to one of the 2 rooms at the end. All right. Klein nodded without much thought. He held his black cane and slowly strolled to a stall that sold homemade amulet. He looked at it seriously for a while. Just as Klein was about to speak, he suddenly heard someone from the stall behind him ask, "Is this powder ground from cow teeth pianol? Cow teeth pianol? Isn't this a supplementary ingredient for the spectator potion?" Klein turned around in thought and looked at the questioner. Chapter 69. With a sweep of his gaze, Klein saw the person who was inquiring about the cow-tooth peony. The man was less than a meter away from him. He was dressed in a black formal suit and a matching half-top hat. He held a silver-inlaid cane in his hand and wore gold-rimmed spectacles on his face. He had a rather refined bearing. "Yes, do you need it? This small jar costs 3 soldi." The stall owner was draped in a deep black robe that was very characteristic of mysticism. The bespectacled man with pale yellow sideburns thought for a moment. Can it be cheaper? I still need to buy other ingredients, such as this bottle of white-rimmed sunflower petals. The stall owner thought for a few seconds and reluctantly replied, 2 soldi and 6 pence. 2 soldi and 6 pence. I don't think you can find a better price than this. Seeing that the man in the gold-rimmed spectacles had not only bought the cow-tooth peony, but also the white-rimmed sunflower and other ingredients, Klein immediately felt that he was overthinking things. However, he still cautiously tapped his glabella twice and scanned the man with his spirit vision. No problem. He's very healthy and in a good mood. Sir, you have to maintain it. Klein retracted his gaze, turned around, and looked at the stall selling the self-made amulets again. In his eyes, the amulets appeared clearly. Some were made of pure silver, some were made of iron, and some were made of gold. However, among these amulets, only 2 or 3 had a weak aura. They were either crimson, pale white, or golden. This meant that they possessed a certain level of spirituality, which meant that these amulets had a certain effect. During the previous exchange, Klein had observed very carefully and confirmed that the stall owner who made the self-made amulets had a certain level of mysticism knowledge. The different energy sources he chose for the different incantations weren't wrong at all. The materials he chose for the different energy sources were also very accurate. Of course, a pure mysticism enthusiast would definitely make mistakes. Klein realized that the stall owner didn't really understand the incantation itself. It wasn't as if the incantation could be considered an incantation just by translating the contents of the prayer using Hermes's grammar. The incantation had to conform to a certain format and had a unique pattern within it. Another problem was that when the stall owner chose suitable symbols for the incantation and the source of power, there were also different degrees of mistake. As a result, only 2 or 3 amulets were completely correct and emitted a faint glow. As for the effects of these 2 or 3 items, Klein could only say that it was better than nothing. An amulet with an obvious effect required the maker to let its own spirituality gush out from the tip of the knife during the process of carving the incantations and symbols. If he wanted a better effect, he would have to use ritualistic magic. And these 2 things were almost impossible to do if one wasn't a beyonder. Klein tapped his glabella in thought and tapped the upper left corner of the stall twice with his black cane. How much are these 2? He wasn't asking about the amulets with the color of the aura field, but about the semi-finished amulets that only had the outer appearance and hadn't been carved with runes and symbols. To Klein, there was no need to buy the ones with weak effects. His goal was to make the semi-finished amulets into real amulet. I'll make a protective amulet for Banson and Melissa. I can freeload the materials provided by the Nighthawks for my own. Man, have I been led astray by old Neil? I don't feel any guilt thinking about such things anymore. Klein's thoughts wandered as he watched the stall owner pick up the 2 semi-finished silver amulets. One of the 2 silver amulets was long and hollow in the middle. It was surrounded by angel-like feathers that were intricately carved and very beautiful. The other one was simple and plain, with almost no additional decorations or patterns. It was a vertical that symbolized the night sky with a circle that represented crimson embedded on it. As a cosmetic type, Klein took a fancy to them at a glance. The stall owner was a taciturn middle-aged man. He pointed at the more exquisite amulet and said, "This one is 6 soli." After a pause, he caressed the plain amulet. "This one is 5 soli 3 pence. That's too expensive. In fact, there's still a long way from being an amulet." Klein was used to haggling after being influenced by Banson and Melissa on a daily basis. After a battle of words, he bought the 2 silver accessories for 5 soli 6 pence and 4 soli 9 pence respectively. They can only be considered silver accessories for now, Klein thought. And the 10 soli 3 pence was deducted from the Divination Club's expenses, £5, that he had finally received. Just as Klein took the 2 silver accessories and put them in his pocket, he suddenly heard a gentle and youthful voice. "Sir, why didn't you buy a finished amulet?" Klein turned his head and saw that the person asking the question was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. She was wearing a light yellow dress with a lot of lace, and she was holding a gauze hat with ribbons in her hand. Because I plan on making my own amulet. As you know, this is the wish of every mysticism enthusiast, Klein replied tactfully. He didn't want the stall owner to think that he was trying to steal his business, although he did consider whether he should rely on this skill to earn some extra money in the future. The girl had naturally curly brown hair, and the baby fat on her face was quite cute. She looked at Klein with her light blue eyes and asked sincerely, "May I ask you how to choose an amulet?" "Yes, I was brought here by a friend. I've been here a few times, and I'm very interested in mysticism, but I don't understand it well enough." "Yes, that friend of mine will be 16 soon, and I want to choose an amulet for her. Because I want it to be a surprise, I didn't ask her to come with me. I've asked her in advance, but I can't recall many key points." Klein gave a gentlemanly smile. "What kind of amulet do you want? Avoid disaster? Far away from diseases? Who could have fortune?" Different requirements correspond to different sources of power, which means different deities. And different deities correspond to different stars, and different stars correspond to different materials. For example, the incantation to avoid disaster definitely belongs to the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, which is also the Evernight goddess. And as mysticism enthusiasts, we all know that the symbol of the Evernight goddess is the moon, and the corresponding metal for the moon is pure silver. Therefore, if we wish to avoid disaster, it's best to choose an amulet made of silver and with the corresponding incantation. Furthermore, the language and format of the incantation have to be correct. The corresponding symbol of the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the number that represents the spirit number, the spell's label, and so on must be correct. The relationship between each other must be correct as well. But that's too complicated. There's no need to explain it to you, Klein added inwardly. The girl's eyes lit up when she heard that. She asked in puzzlement, "As a believer of the goddess, can I wear the amulets of other deities?" "No problem. The deities wouldn't care about such trivial matters." Klein comforted her. What he meant by "no problem" referred to the wearer, but the maker had to be careful. If a believer of the Lord of Storms were to make an eternal blazing sun amulet, they would most likely receive intense malice. Of course, this referred to the type that required the assistance of ritualistic magic. The rest did not matter. The girl heaved a sigh of relief. "I hope it's an amulet that blesses her health. Which deity should I choose? Eternal blazing sun, Mother Earth, or the god of knowledge and wisdom?" "There's no problem with the eternal blazing sun and Mother Earth. The former corresponds to the sun, while the latter's symbol is the brown star." Klein smiled and said, "Sun is made of gold, and brown star is made of lead. I suggest sun, but I don't know if you brought enough money." The reason why he made this suggestion was that one of the 3 amulets with a preliminary aura was the health amulet from the sun domain. "Isn't this?" The girl suddenly paused and looked warily at the stall owner, who was waiting silently. She thought for a moment and asked, "After confirming the materials, how do I identify the incantations and symbols? Do you know Hermes?" Klein returned with a question. "I just came into contact with it for a while," the girl replied, a little embarrassed. "Then I'll help you choose." Klein pointed at the health amulet made of gold with his cane. "Be it the incantations or symbols, there's nothing wrong with it." The girl lifted the hem of her dress, squatted down, and picked up the health amulet with the lines of sunlight on its edge. She felt warm to the touch, and her body seemed to relax. Thank you." She stood up again and bowed gratefully. Klein laughed and said, "Next will be the communication between the two of you. Next is the communication between you two. I still have other things to do." As he spoke, he glanced at the stall owner and realized that he had a strange look in his eyes, as though he was hesitating if he should give him a commission. Chuckling inwardly, Klein ignored the matter and unhurriedly circled the entire underground market, but he didn't find any true beyonder ingredients. At this moment, old Neil had already paid his bill, and came out with a dark-colored wooden box in his hand. Upon seeing Klein's puzzled look, he pointed to another room at the end of the street. If you wish to buy or sell Beyonder ingredients, go there. After all, no one wishes to let others know what Beyonder items they've bought. Got it? Klein nodded as though he was in thought. He didn't have any need to go there for the time being, so he walked out of the underground market with old Neil. How much did these elves cost? Suddenly, a questioning voice entered Klein's ears. Elf flower. This is also an ingredient for the spectator potion. Klein's heart stirred as he turned to the side and saw the gentleman with the gold-rimmed glasses again. What's wrong? Old Neil asked in puzzlement. It's nothing. Klein retracted his gaze. Although he was a prospective member of the Nighthawks, he didn't think that all Beyonders had to be recruited and imprisoned. He believed that it depended on the situation. Among them, a spectator was definitely someone who wasn't dangerous to society, the kingdom, or the world. Furthermore, the possibility of a Sequence 9 losing control was very low. After leaving Evil Dragon Bar, Klein and Old Neil took a public carriage and left the dock area. Then, they parted ways in Northborough and returned to their respective homes. The public carriage drove into Daffodil Street and stopped by the side of the road. Just as Klein was about to alight, he suddenly saw a young lady in a grayish-white dress preparing to alight. The lady had smooth black hair, a round face, and slender eyes. Her facial features weren't outstanding individually, but when combined, they gave off a gentle and sweet feeling. Klein didn't pay attention to her because of her beauty, but because he noticed that her body was trembling slightly, abnormally. Miss, are you not feeling well? Klein asked with the intention of doing a good deed. The young lady shook her head violently. No, I am just too tired. At that moment, the people behind him began to urge him to leave. Klein had no choice but to leave first. When he found his footing, he thought about what had just happened again. He pinched his glabella twice with his fingers, intending to confirm that the lady was fine. If she really had a serious illness that was about to act up, he would send her to the hospital. Chapter 70. Clip-clop, clip-clop, clip-clop. The horse galloped off as the wheels rolled. Activating his spirit vision and turning around, Klein didn't manage to see the gentle and sweet young lady as he wished. His eyes were filled with the scene of the brown carriage moving forward. At that moment, all the passengers who were about to board the public carriage had boarded it. The carriage doors were tightly shut as it gradually moved away. And inside the carriage, the 20 to 30 humans were too close to each other. Their auras overlapped and masked each other. In Klein's eyes, it was a riot of colors. It was truly difficult to distinguish them. He silently shook his head, raised his hand to tap his glabella, and deactivated his spirit vision. To him, it was a simple act of helping if he could. But if he had already missed the opportunity, and the situation wasn't particularly clear, there was no need to keep thinking about it and delay his own matters. Bathed in the crimson moonlight, Klein strolled home along the rather lively Daffodil Street. He saw Melissa sitting at the dining table. Under the bright gas lamp, she was engrossed in the exercises arranged by the school. She nibbled on the fountain pen's shaft and frowned, deep in thought. "Where's Banson?" Klein asked casually. "Ah." Melissa looked up and fell into a daze for a few seconds before saying, "He said that he went around several districts today and was covered in sweat from exhaustion. He wanted to take a bath to relax." "All right." Klein chuckled and suddenly realized that Melissa was wearing a dress he had never seen before. It was entirely beige in color and had fashionable goat leg sleeve. The collar and edges of the dress were embedded with chiffon ruffles. Apart from that, it didn't have any overly complicated designs. It was a light, everyday style that perfectly accentuated the youthfulness of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. "A new dress?" Klein asked with a smile. This was a purchase that he and Banson had strongly requested for. Melissa tersely acknowledged. "I just got it from Mrs. Rocher." I figured that I'd have to wash it later, so I might as well try it on first. Klein was rather puzzled when he heard that. Mrs. Rocher? Isn't she my former neighbor? Melissa nodded and explained in a serious tone, That's right. Mrs. Rochelle is actually a tailor, but she's not very lucky. She has no choice but to sew clothes for people at home. Her life is, a little difficult. I know that she's good at her craft, and the price is cheaper than going to a ladies' clothing store. Furthermore, it fits me well, so I ordered a new dress from her. It only costs 9 soldi and 5 pence, and it only takes a few days. The same dress would cost £1.50 at Harrods. What a thrifty housekeeping. Sis, I know that at least half of the reason is because you sympathize with Mrs. Rochelle. Klein didn't reprimand Melissa for acting on her own. When did you go to Harold's? It was on Howe Street, near the Divination Club. It was a place that only the middle class could afford. Melissa was at a loss for words. After a long while, she said, It's Selina and Elizabeth. They insisted that I go with them. I actually prefer gears. I prefer places with steam and machinery. It's good for a girl to shop at a department store occasionally. Klein comforted his sister with a smile. After chatting for a while, he quickly went up to the second floor in a hurry to wash off the stink of the bar. Just as he was about to return to his bedroom to get a change of clothes, he suddenly heard a commotion in the bathroom near the balcony. In just a few seconds, Banson opened the door and walked out while wiping his receding hair. How was it? Did you praise Melissa's new dress? He asked with a smile when he saw Klein. I think I forgot. I only asked where it was made, Klein said after some thought. Banson immediately chuckled and shook his head. What an incompetent brother! Melissa couldn't bear to put down the dress the moment she received it. After she finished cooking and washed the dishes, she couldn't wait to put it on. She hasn't taken it off yet. Didn't she want to change after she showered? She could also wash and dry it. Klein subconsciously retorted with Melissa's explanation. TSK. Banson sighed. It's been quite hot these few days, and she's been busy in the kitchen for so long. I think it would be much more comfortable to do her homework after showering. That's right. Klein came to a realization as he exchanged looks with his brother, Banson, and smiled. So that's how you are, Melissa. What's wrong with a girl wanting to be beautiful? There's no need to find an excuse to dress up. The corners of his mouth curled up as he shook his head gently and walked into his bedroom. Later, when he was showering, he vaguely heard knocking on the door downstairs. He immediately mumbled to himself. Doesn't the worker who collects coins from the gas meter only come once every 2 weeks? Could it be Mrs. Shoud from next door? That's not right. This lady is said to strictly abide by the etiquette of the middle class. She wouldn't visit at an inappropriate time. In his puzzlement, Klein wiped his body clean, put on an old but comfortable shirt and trousers, and ran downstairs. He looked around and didn't find any strangers, so he asked aloud, Who are you? He asked, Did someone knock on the door just now? Banson, who was leisurely reading the newspaper, smiled. It's Beach Mountbatten, one of the policemen in charge of Iron Cross Street. He asked us if we had met an 18 or 19-year-old boy with a chubby face today. Oh, he even gave us a portrait to identify. Unfortunately, Melissa and I haven't seen him. Otherwise, we would have gotten the reward. What about you, Klein? No. Klein roughly understood what was going on. Instigator Triss had successfully escaped from the area around the Evil Dragon Bar in the dock area and had escaped to the vicinity of Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street. As a result, the police came to question him. At this stage, it also meant that the operation to capture the instigator was close to failure. Klein didn't think too much about it because he hadn't started combat training yet. His shooting skills could only be said to be at the beginner level. To think about dealing with a natural assassin at this time was simply a joke with his life. That night, he didn't sleep well. He kept worrying that the instigator would sneak into his house to hide and cause another murder. Fortunately, Daffodil Street was peaceful the entire night. The morning sun dispelled all the gloom. The relaxed Klein changed into his formal attire, put on his top hat and carried his cane. He went all the way to Zutland Street and greeted Roshan at the reception hall. "Good morning, Klein," Roshan replied cheerfully. She lowered her voice and said, "I heard that the big operation last night failed?" "The operation to capture instigator Triss?" Klein asked curiously. Yes. Roshan nodded heavily and glanced at the partition. "It seems that the informants of the mandated punishers discovered the instigator at the dock area. Their original plan was to wait for the other Beyonders and a special operations team from the police department to arrive before launching the operation. They wanted to resolve it in one go without disturbing the ordinary people, but unfortunately, the instigator was very sharp. He discovered the problem in time and broke out of the encirclement ahead of time, successfully escaping. At such a time, they need a Beyonder with tracking abilities, such as me," Klein joked. "There was no lack of trackers back then." Suddenly, Dunn Smith's voice sounded. Roshan turned her head abruptly and saw the captain in a black trench coat leaning against the partition's door frame. He was staring at her with his deep gray eyes. She hurriedly raised her hands and covered her mouth. Then, she shook her head repeatedly, indicating that she hadn't said anything. Dunn shifted his gaze to Klein and pondered for a moment before saying, after a moment of thought, he said, "The mandated punishers, the machinery hive mind, and us Nighthawks, a total of more than 6 Beyonders, tracked the injured Triss to Iron Cross Street's lower street and discovered his temporary residence. However, the clues ended there. Be it Beyonder means or normal investigations, they were all useless. It was as if he had suddenly evaporated, completely disappearing." "Do you need my help with divination?" Klein probed. Dunn shook his head slightly. "The machinery hive mind has a mystery prior. He's a senior Beyonder who isn't much weaker than old Neil. I even suspect that he's already at Sequence 8. I just don't know what the corresponding potion is called. There must be something special about the Theosophy Order for them to be able to survive to this day," Klein casually consoled the captain. For the rest of the morning, he continued with his mysticism lessons, continued reading historical materials and documents, and continued practicing certain technique. Seeing that lunchtime was approaching, Klein gradually became distracted. After a few minutes, he packed up his documents and listened to his stomach's summons. At that moment, Dunn Smith came to the clerk's office and said in a deep and mellow voice, "Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate. Klein, come with me to Cheney's Gate. Sealed artifact 2-049 has been escorted there. The subsequent operations might require your ability to sense the notebook." "All right," Klein replied as he stood up. His thoughts began to run wild. He wondered what the sealed artifact looked like and if this operation would be dangerous. In such a tense silence, he followed Dunn down the stairs and into the passageway. After passing through the intersection, Dunn suddenly stopped, turned his head, and said solemnly, "Follow me and do this action. Follow me and do this. Keep doing this. Don't stop. Remember, don't stop. This is related to your safety." As he spoke, Dunn bent his arm and stretched it out. He stretched it out and bent it again. He repeated this cycle without stopping. Klein watched the captain's demonstration in a daze. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. And said, "Because of the uniqueness of the sealed artifact?" "Yes." Dunn nodded with abnormal solemnity. "This action will allow us to immediately discover that something is wrong with you, and if we rescue you in time, your life won't be in danger." "Okay." Klein didn't hesitate any further and followed suit by bending and stretching his arm. "If this arm gets tired, switch to the other one," Dunn exhorted again. "Sealed artifact 2-049 is really strange. What's the meaning of such an action? It looks very dangerous." A thought flashed through Klein's mind as he looked at the captain cautiously. All right. He had too many questions, but with Cheney's gate in sight, he could only suppress them. Chapter 71. Bending and stretching his arms, Klein kept repeating this process. He watched as Dunn turned his body sideways and pushed open the door to the guardroom. The captain's cautiousness, high vigilance, and ridiculous protective actions made his mind abnormally tense. It was exactly the same feeling he had when he walked past graves at night when he was a child. A Grade 2 sealed artifact is dangerous. It has to be used carefully and in moderation. Even official Nighthawks don't know the details. I wonder how dangerous it is. Amidst his anxiety, Klein couldn't help but think about many things. At this moment, his brain suddenly went numb, as if his processor had suddenly lost power. In Klein's vision, everything had slowed down. Even the act of bending his arm was the same. He saw Captain Dunn stop in his tracks and approach him frame by frame in slow motion. He saw Captain Dunn slowly extend his palm and push him on the shoulder. Suddenly, Klein's thoughts and vision returned to normal at the same time, as if what happened just now was just an illusion. What happened? He asked in a low voice, confused and a little frightened. Dunn shook his head at him and said in a deep voice, "Observe carefully." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the guardroom. Klein followed closely behind and saw 4 people either sitting or standing inside. One of them was the midnight poet, Leonard. Klein had never seen the other 3 before, but they had something in common. They were all doing arm flexion and stretching exercises without relaxing at all. Klein Moretti. He has a miraculous connection with the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn gave a brief introduction. Then, he pointed at the 3 strangers. These ladies and gentlemen are from the Bakelin diocese. They are escorting sealed artifact 2-049 here. This is Ma Amlarata, a sequence 8 gravedigger. She's also a sharpshooter. At this moment, the black-haired lady in her 30s nodded kindly at Klein. She was quite good-looking. She was not wearing a hat and was wearing clothes that looked like men's clothing. She wore a black coat, a white shirt, black tight trousers, and leather boots of the same color. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised. After Klein greeted him, Dunn pointed at the man sitting behind the desk. "Eyre Harson, an old guy like me." Before he finished speaking, Klein saw Mr. Eyre Harson, who was wearing a gray trench coat, bend and stretch his arms, became jerky, as if there was a lack of lubrication between the gears, or the joints were covered in rust. What's going on? In his days, Klein saw Larata nudge Eyre Harson. Following that, the gentleman's actions returned to normal. Did I look like that just now? Klein was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. This was a sign that sealed artifact 2-049 was in danger. What would have happened if he hadn't been woken up in time? Would he become a living dead? With one question after another, Klein greeted Eyre Harson, who had the charisma of a middle-aged man. Borgia. Dunn pointed at the last Nighthawk. It was a cold-looking man with a knife scar on the side of his face. His brownish-yellow eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he constantly sized up everyone present. Let's set off. Everyone, let's end this quickly and seal 2-049 as soon as possible, said the handsome middle-aged gentleman, Eyre Harson, who had wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. What about 2-049? Klein looked around curiously, but he didn't find any traces of the sealed artifact. Of course, he couldn't see the places that were blocked by the table without activating his spirit vision. All right. Dunn turned his head and said to Leonard Mitchell, "You're in charge of driving. It's best not to let Cesar participate in such matters." The Cesar he was talking about was a civilian member of the Tingen Nighthawks who was in charge of obtaining and purchasing supplies. At the same time, he was also a coachman. He was the one who drove the carriage when Klein went to Welch's residence to meet Spirit Medium daily. "No problem." Leonard put away his frivolity and nodded solemnly. At that moment, Klein saw Eyre Harson bend down and pick up an iron black box that was hidden by the table. The box was engraved with resplendent stars and a crimson full moon. It was surrounded by an invisible seal. The sealed artifact is inside, right? I wonder what 2-049 looks like. Klein sized up the box curiously. Thump, thump, thump. The iron black box suddenly emitted a violent knocking sound, causing its surface to bulge again and again. Thump, thump, thump. It was as if something terrifying had awoken inside the box. It was violently pounding on the door, and every blow struck the hearts of everyone in the guardroom. Alive? Just as Klein's mind whirred, he saw Captain Dunn's bending and stretching movements turn sluggish. His joints were stiff as if they were filled with glue. The Nighthawk from Bakeland, Borja, pushed Dunn's shoulder, allowing his movements to return to normal. After being influenced by 2-049, it's like I'm doing a robot dance. If I'm all influenced, wouldn't it be an awkward dance troupe? Thankfully, 2-049 seems to only be able to influence one person at a time. Klein lampooned to ease the tension in his heart. He didn't dare slack off in the bending and stretching of his arms. He learned from Dunn and left his cane behind. He followed the 5 Nighthawks through the tunnel and up the stairs to the second floor of the Blackthorn Security Company. As Leonard had sped up and informed them in advance, Roshan and the rest temporarily hid on the 3rd floor. To civilian staff like them, such things weren't common, but they weren't foreign to them either. The other Nighthawk, Kenley, had temporarily replaced Dunn to guard Cheney's gate. Klein heaved a sigh of relief when he got on the carriage. He looked out the window in puzzlement. Won't 2-049 affect the ordinary people on the streets? Sealed artifact 2-049 had caused 6 instances of sluggishness from the underground to the vicinity of the horse carriage. He had received 2 of them, awakened by Captain Dunn and Leonard Mitchell respectively. This frequency was rather astonishing. Don't worry about it. 2-049 will prioritize humanoid creatures within a 5-meter radius. The closer you are, the easier it is for you to be chosen. As long as at least 3 of us surround it, the people passing by outside the carriage won't be affected, the black-haired lady, Larada, explained in a languid tone. Strange sealed artifact. Klein, who was bending his arm, let out a similar sigh. On the way to Ray Bieber's house, Dunn and company didn't speak. They kept a close eye on each other. Only Larada looked nonchalant. She would occasionally admire the dirty roads of Tingen City and compliment Bakeland's sewage system. Before long, the familiar building appeared before Klein's eyes. The group of 6 monitored each other as they walked to the 3rd floor. Ray Bieber's house had the Tingen police station's logo pasted on the door, indicating that unrelated people were not allowed entry. As Dunn bent his arm and stretched, he took out his key and opened the new lock. Then, he turned his body and allowed Eyre Harson, who was carrying the black chest, to enter first. Thump, 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 thump. The sealed artifact in the black chest began smashing again, even more violently than before. This made Eyre Harson's arm sway uncontrollably. It made Klein suspect that the chest would be pierced through. Thump, thump, thump. Klein acutely noticed that Captain Dunn's arm movements had become sluggish. Just as he was about to wake him up, his head buzzed and turned numb. The scene in front of him instantly turned into slow motion. Wasn't it said to only affect one person at a time? Klein's thoughts quickly turned sluggish. At that moment, Larada and Borja, who were already prepared, pushed the 2 of them separately. His ability to think and his vision returned to normal. Klein looked around in fear and nearly blurted out a question. Wasn't it said that 2-049 can only affect one person at a time? Thankfully, I didn't stop stretching my arm. Sealed artifact 2-049 has entered a berserk state. The number of people affected increases to 2 at a time. It can be confirmed that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, Ayer Harson described in a mechanical manner. Lorata chuckled and looked at Klein. As long as it encounters a descendant of the Antigonus family, even if there's only a remnant aura, 2-049 will become extremely agitated. Its powers will also increase significantly. I believe you should be able to understand its feelings. Don't understand? Klein asked out of curiosity. So, it's a creature? Lorata smiled but didn't answer him directly. You'll know in a while. As long as Ray Bieber hasn't escaped Tingen City, 2-049 will lead us to him. Klein could only put aside his other questions and follow the Nighthawks around the room. Amidst the violent pounding, they locked the door, walked down the stairs, and returned to the carriage. Ayer Harson looked out the window and confirmed that there were no pedestrians within 5 meters of them. Then, he placed the black chest on the floor and twisted the mechanical switch to release the spirituality shackles. The violent pounding came to a sudden stop. The entire carriage was silent, to the point where no one's breathing could be heard. Klein held his breath as he watched the black chest slowly open, producing a creaking sound that made one's ears ache. Clang! The chest toppled over as a thin brown arm reached out. It was about the length of a child's finger. The two arms took turns pressing forward as a brown object the size of a normal person's palm appeared in front of Klein and company. It had obvious elbow joints, knuckles, and knee joint. Its body was wrapped in brown oily cloth, and its face was smeared with red and yellow clown paint. It was a strange-looking puppet. 2-049 raised its head and looked at Klein with its black, pupil-less eyes. Chapter 72. The puppet's face was painted with red and yellow paint, making it look like a clown. The corners of its mouth were raised high, giving off a comical smile. As it opened its mouth, revealing its dark and deep oral cavity, Klein, who was looking at it, had goosebumps all over his body, and an intense fear suddenly emerged in his heart for no reason. Everything in front of him darkened, as if he was observing the world through a thick brown glass. Klein's thoughts slowed down. He instinctively wanted to ask for help, but his neck seemed to be tied tightly by a rope. He couldn't make a sound, and the word could only stay in his mind. At this moment, Dunn noticed that his arm movement suddenly became sluggish and pushed him hard. The brown glass in front of Klein immediately shattered. He spat out the word "help" in his throat. It echoed in the carriage with a slightly sharp panic. "It's stronger," Klein stated with certainty. Being together with a strange sealed artifact like 2-049 really made one fall into a terrifying crisis if they were careless. No, it was impossible to guard against it. They could only rely on other means to avoid it. That's normal. Ayer Harson nodded calmly. Lorata chuckled. It seems to like you? Don't worry, it's one of the less dangerous Grade 2 sealed artifacts. In the naturally lazy voice, the puppet, whose joints were so clear that they seemed to be corresponding to a human, stood up and staggered to its left. Its movements were full of difficulty, like a steam machine that had rusted for a long time and had forgotten to add lubricant. Robot dance. The few Chinese words flashed through Klein's mind as he had a new guess about the danger 2-049 posed. Will it assimilate the creatures it controls? If I hadn't been awakened in time, I would have become a human-sized puppet, a real-life Barbie doll? While Klein was lost in his thoughts, Ayer Harson was nudged awake by Dunn. He stretched out his arms and pointed in the direction the puppet was moving slowly. He said to Leonard, who was driving the car, "Go there." Leonard was unable to get the carriage to pass through the building, so he could only make a half circle. During this process, 2-049 constantly adjusted the direction of its advance, tenaciously acting as the needle that pointed at the Antigonus family. When he saw this, Klein, who had been exercising his arms, actually wanted to laugh amidst the tension. I heard that 2-049 was created by the Antigonus family. Then, is it a sign of loyalty or a classic example of cheating? Then, with Eyre Harson's voice sounding from time to time, Leonard drove the carriage through the streets and headed in a certain direction. And every time the strange puppet, 2-049, was about to reach the edge of the carriage, it would be pulled back by Eyre Harson and start all over again. Every time this happened, its mouth would open even wider, and two people would be controlled at the same time. The nervousness in Klein's heart gradually eased. He actually felt that sealed artifact 2-049 wasn't that scary after all. As long as there were more than 3 people present, and as long as they knew how to keep moving, and as long as they grasped the technique to wake up their companions in time, 2-049 was just a slightly special puppet. The carriage sped forward and soon arrived at the harbor, where the warehouses were gathered. After circling the area a few times and confirming that 2-049 was heading to the innermost grayish-white warehouse, Eyre Harson's expression turned solemn as he carefully grabbed it and stuffed the strange puppet back into the iron-black box. Dong, dong, dong. Amidst the incessant hammering, Eyre Harson woke up again and again with the help of Borja and Larata. With great difficulty, he turned on the mechanical switch and injected his spirituality, activating the star and crimson moon symbols on the metal box. The invisible seal reappeared as Eyre Harson heaved a long sigh of relief. "Get down." Dunn Smith's deep and mellow voice sounded. "Leonard, just tie the horse here." Half a dozen gentlemen and ladies in trenchcoats, or suits, or shirts, left the carriage and walked towards the innermost storehouse, bending and stretching their arms almost in unison as they went. This made the slightly tense atmosphere even more comical and absurd. The Nighthawk's awkward dance troupe, Klein could only lampoon to ease his feelings. However, he had no choice. According to his observations, 2-049's influence was first reflected on the upper body. To discover it in time and prevent it from slipping into a more dangerous situation, the only options were to extend his arms, turn his neck, or shake his body. The latter two would make him look like a hooligan. As for actions like blinking and tapping his eyebrows, they were either too easily ignored or too large of a movement. Similarly, they weren't good choices. The awkward dance troupe is better than the Causeway Bay gangsters. Klein sighed and resigned himself to his fate as he followed Captain Dunn and company. The closer they got to the warehouse's door, the more nervous and worried he felt. Because no one knew what changes the notebook would bring to Ray Bieber. If anything went wrong, Klein didn't dare to hope that he could transmigrate again. Furthermore, he realized that he would still get injured and bleed when he was cooking. His wounds healed at a normal rate. He wasn't a monster who wasn't afraid of death or beatings. As they walked, Dunn suddenly pressed down with his free hand, making everyone stop about 10 meters in front of the warehouse's door. "Klein, divine if there's any danger inside. It'll be even better if you can figure out the level of danger," Dunn said to Klein. His gray eyes were still deep and serene, without the slightest hint of fear. Klein nodded indiscernibly and stopped his stretching. He reached his right hand into his left sleeve and removed the silver chain with the topaz pendant. As his arm was in motion, he appeared sluggish. Dunn noticed it in time and woke him up. Klein held the silver chain with his left hand and let the topaz fall naturally. At the same time, he controlled his right hand and only did a small stretch. When the topaz stabilized, he half closed his eyes and outlined a ball of light. He entered a state of cogitation and silently chanted, "There's danger inside the warehouse. There's danger inside the warehouse." After repeating it 7 times, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz slowly spinning in a clockwise motion. It spun faster and faster until it felt like it was pulling on Klein's left hand. "There's danger, a lot of danger," Klein said truthfully. Clockwise was an affirmation of the words recited in his mind, while counterclockwise was a denial. To other Beyonders, even mystery priors, using spirit dowsing would only be able to determine if there was any danger, but they wouldn't be able to obtain further information on the level of danger. However, Klein realized that when he used spirit dowsing, the pendant would spin at different speeds, indicating the different levels of the answer. Although it wasn't accurate enough and was very vague, it allowed him to roughly determine the exact situation. As expected of the seer potion, Klein was rather pleased with this. Just as he was about to put away the topaz pendant, the silent Leonard Mitchell suddenly said, "Divine, if there's any danger around us. Divine, if there's any danger around us. Yes, I'm worried that the secret order won't give up and has been keeping an eye on Ray Bieber's house. Then, they'll follow us here and cause trouble at the critical moment." Dunn nodded in agreement. Klein immediately took a deep breath and once again entered an ethereal and calm state. When the silver chain stabilized again, he chanted in his heart, "There's danger around us. There's danger around us." After repeating it over and over again, Klein opened his eyes and looked at the silver chain. In his dark brown eyes, the topaz pendant first moved counterclockwise with great difficulty before suddenly stopping and spinning clockwise. "There's danger around us," Klein said cautiously as his heart tightened. Furthermore, there were people who tried to interfere with the divination, but they lost to him in this invisible battle. Just as he finished his sentence, an orange fireball the size of a fist suddenly flew over from afar. It smashed towards the center of the group at an extremely fast speed. Dunn Smith, who had already drawn his long-barreled revolver before Klein did the divination, immediately raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! Amidst the gunshot, the fireball didn't waver at all. It continued moving forward according to its predetermined trajectory, as though it was forcing the group to scatter and dodge. Originally, Klein wasn't too concerned about tailing the troublemaker, because there were 6 Beyonders here, and there was no lack of sequence 8 or 7 Beyonders. In a small place like Tingen, they were a force to be reckoned with. But when the fireball smashed towards him, he suddenly realized a fact. The truth was that to them, the most dangerous enemy was not the stalker, nor was it the troublemaker. It was not even Ray Bieber, who was in an unknown situation in the warehouse, but sealed artifact 2-049. Once they were separated and engaged in battle, they wouldn't be able to wake each other up in time. They would become real puppets one by one. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein was pulled by Leonard, and he rolled out with him to avoid the fireball. He didn't have time to feel sorry for his clothes. He saw the Nighthawks split into 2 groups to dodge in an orderly fashion. Poof! The orange fireball smashed onto the ground, but it didn't stir up any dust, as though nothing had happened. An illusion? Just as this thought surfaced in Klein's mind, he saw Eyre Harson lift up the black chest and throw it to the side at least 10 meters away. "Stay away from it! Guard it!" Eyre shouted. Before he finished shouting, Leonard and Borja moved closer and guarded the chest from a distance of at least 7 meters, preventing anyone from approaching. As for Dunn and Larata, they each held their guns and stood together with Eyre Harson, who had drawn his silver sword. They formed a semicircle and charged towards the spot where the fireball had shot out. They also took care of the area to the side. Upon seeing this scene, Klein, who didn't bring his cane because he had to do stretching exercises, heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that he had overlooked an important problem. 2-049's influence had a limited range. As long as they kept a sufficient distance from it, there was no need to worry about danger. Chapter 73. Under the bright afternoon sun, Klein, whose clothes were stained with dust, quickly adjusted the firing position of his revolver and turned on the corresponding device, allowing himself to enter a state where he could shoot at the enemy at any time. The brass body of the gun reflected a flowing brilliance. He held the gun with one hand and held it horizontally in front of him, alert to any possible changes in his surroundings. At the same time, he was a little worried about Captain Dunn and Mr. Eyre Harson, who was wearing a gray trench coat. They were both nightmares, and they were better at influencing their enemies in the dark. He wasn't sure if a head-on confrontation would work. Just as Klein was thinking, Ayar Harson slowed down his charging pace, his expression turning calm and sorrowful. He opened his mouth and began to recite a calming poem that made one feel as though they were in the middle of the night. When the sun sets in the west, dewdrops adorn the lapels of the evening. She is as pale as the moon without makeup, or like the stars that accompany the moon, the evening primrose, moistened by the night dew, blooming an elegant and delicate flower, shunning the sunlight like a hermit. Note 1. As the recitation echoed, Klein almost lost his tense feeling and completely relaxed. Fortunately, he had similar experiences, and he wasn't facing Ayar Harson. Therefore, he quickly calmed himself down and used a half-custom state to resist the influence of the poem. Phew! He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He no longer had any doubts about Dunn and Ayar's direct combat strength. As he had advanced not long ago, he didn't have a deep understanding of sequence potions. He had forgotten that Sequence 7 Nightmare was advanced from Sequence 8 Midnight Poet. It could completely retain its previous abilities, and there was even a slight improvement. As for Klein's impression of the Midnight Poet, it all came from Leonard Mitchell. He knew that this job had also inherited the uniqueness of Sleepless. It was good at fighting, shooting, climbing, and sensing. It was also good at using different styles of poetry to affect the surrounding creatures. Simply put, it was a violent poet. Amidst Ayar Harson's chanting, a ripple suddenly appeared beside the stacked wooden boxes. A man wearing a black tuxedo and a half-top hat emerged from the ripple. However, the man's face was painted with red, yellow, and white paint, making him look like a clown. It was a ridiculous contrast with his formal dress for a dinner party. Thud, thud, thud. The black-haired Larada, who was introduced as a sharpshooter, sprinted forward. With a gun in one hand and a fist in the other, she closed in on the suited clown in a few steps. The tuxedo clown seemed to be affected by Ayar Harson's poem. His body shook slightly, but his eyes were calm and peaceful, without any desire to resist. But the black-haired lady, Larada, took a diagonal step with a boxing stance, raised her arm, and threw a punch at the suited clown's face. Bang! The air exploded, and the tuxedo clown suddenly shattered like a mirror. Piece by piece, they quickly evaporated and disappeared. At this moment, the figure of the clown in the swallow-tailed suit quickly appeared in a dark corner of the pile of wooden boxes a few steps away. The guy who was affected just now was just an illusion. It was just a performance. The tuxedo clown's mouth widened into a comical smile as usual. He pressed down on his half-top hat with one hand and raised the other before snapping his fingers. Bang! His snapping produced the sound of a gun being fired. Larada leaped to the left and rolled to the side in a bid to dodge. However, nothing happened apart from the virtual gunshot. Bang! 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 Dunn and Ayar raised their guns and fired steadily. The tuxedo clown moved left and right, retreating and rolling. His movements were agile as though he was performing acrobatic. Suddenly, the black-haired lady, Larada, charged over from an unknown location. Despite being called a sharpshooter, she continued twisting her waist and swinging her arms as she punched at her enemy. Bang! The tuxedo clown failed to dodge in time. He raised his left arm to block the fist. Seeing him stop, Dunn and Ayar did not hesitate to aim and pull the trigger. At that moment, the arm that the tuxedo clown used to block Larada's fist suddenly ignited with an orange flame. However, the flame engulfed the tuxedo clown as it spread towards Larada. Bang! Bang! Dunn and Ayar fired their revolvers separately and hit the flame. The flame burned rapidly and soon, only black dust was left. However, the tuxedo clown's figure appeared not far away, hiding behind a few stacked wooden crates. He raised his right hand and snapped his fingers again. Bang! Amidst the virtual gunshot, Larada suddenly came to a halt. She did not lunge forward. Mud splattered in front of her as bullet holes appeared. The tuxedo clown's attack was no longer an illusion. True and false, it was truly difficult to distinguish. Bang! 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 The tuxedo clown snapped his fingers repeatedly as he dodged and reappeared to shoot at Dunn and Eyre. Upon seeing this scene, Laurata narrowed her eyes. She raised the dark golden long-barreled revolver in her left hand. Bang! The tuxedo clown suddenly crouched down and dodged the fatal blow. His half-top hat flew backwards and fell into the dust. There were obvious burn marks and bullet holes on it. After a few rolls, he climbed up the stacked wooden crates agilely like a curly-haired baboon. He snapped his fingers from above and shot out an air bullet. Eyre Harson took a few steps back and lowered his revolver. He began chanting once again. Her beauty is only open to the night. But the night turns a blind eye to beauty. Its love for her is completely blind. Note 1. The tuxedo clown constantly jumped between the wooden crates. Suddenly, he raised his hand to pick his ear and looked at Eyre with a comical smile. Could he have plugged his ear beforehand? The sequence potion that the secret order possesses is rather strange. Klein watched from afar as he made a guess. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, he suddenly saw a figure appear at the top of the warehouse to the side. The figure was running towards the innermost room where Ray Bieber was hiding. The figure was wearing a grayish-white dock worker's uniform. His face seemed to be smeared with red, yellow, and white paint. The tuxedo clown was in charge of luring the captain and the others away while someone else took the notebook? Klein's mind wandered as he subconsciously raised his right hand and fired at the figure on the roof. Just as he took aim and measured the distance, the figure suddenly crouched down and flipped. Bang! Klein didn't hold back as he pulled the trigger. The figure suddenly froze as blood bloomed from its body. The figure looked over in shock. Enduring the pain, he continued charging towards the innermost warehouse. Random marksmanship. The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he pulled the trigger again. This time, the bullet hit the wooden roof beside the figure. Bang! 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 Leonard and Borja fired separately, but they failed to hit the figure. Klein wanted to complain that their marksmanship was inferior to his, but his finger that was pulling the trigger suddenly stopped. That's right. Why did I stop him? Didn't I divine that it was extremely dangerous inside the warehouse? Wouldn't it be good to let this fellow scout and step on a landmine? Leonard and Mr. Borja likely had the same goal. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein raised the barrel and aimed at the bird. Bang! 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 Amidst a few gunshots, the figure arrived at the innermost warehouse's roof without any obstruction. He suddenly lunged down, and with a strike of his elbow, he fell in along with the shattered roof. Accompanied by this sound, the black-haired lady, Laurata's eyes suddenly turned black. Her left hand made a strange pulling motion. The tuxedo clown's tumbling and leaping motion immediately came to a halt. His ankle seemed to be tightly gripped by an invisible hand. As for Dunn, he didn't immediately shoot. Instead, he lowered his revolver. He opened his mouth, and without his Adam's apple moving, he used his spirituality to resonate with the surrounding air. An ethereal, and strange voice sounded. Her flower blooms all night till dawn. But when the day opens its eyes, her gaze leaves her with nowhere to hide. She wilts in her dizziness. Note 1. The tuxedo clown struggling immediately turned powerless, as though he had lost his desire to live. Eyre Harson raised his revolver and aimed at the enemy, his finger about to pull the trigger. In that split second, an abnormally shrill scream came from the innermost warehouse. Ah! The scream contained extreme horror, as though he had encountered something unimaginably terrifying. Just as Klein felt his hair stand on end, the scream came to a halt. The innermost warehouse returned to silence, a silence that left one's scalp tingling. Bang! Eyre was affected to a certain extent, and the bullet only hit the tuxedo clown's stomach. Ho ho! Ho! The silence in the innermost warehouse was broken once again. A series of what should have been light panting suddenly sounded. It went from soft to loud, tugging at everyone's nerves. Dong dong dong! Dong dong dong! Inside the iron black chest, 2-049 suddenly went berserk, going crazy to the extreme. Chapter 74. Gasp, 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 thump, thump, thump. The loud panting and the violent pounding alternated before stacking on top of each other. It made Klein and company tense up to the extreme, as though they had heard an evil whisper. While Eyre, Dunn, and Laurata were distracted, the suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket. Puff! He hurriedly swung his right hand, shaking the paper into a long whip burning with pitch-black flames. He then lashed the whip to the side of his ankle. A fleeting but sharp scream echoed as the suited clown escaped the invisible shackles and somersaulted backwards. Bang! 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 Dunn, Eyre, and Laurata's bullets missed simultaneously, drilling into the wooden crate. The suited clown did not stay any longer. He pressed his right hand to his wound and ran away from the warehouse. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, all that was left was his back. And before he disappeared, his right hand that was pressing down on his abdomen suddenly moved to his left arm. The wound on his abdomen vanished, returning to its original state. The spot where his left arm had been struck was a bloody mess, with a silver bullet faintly visible. Dunn and company did not give chase because the panting in the innermost warehouse was so loud that it made their eyebrows twitch and made them feel uneasy. Bang! The innermost warehouse's door suddenly cracked and splattered in every direction. Following that, an item wrapped in a tattered cloth flew out and landed not far from Klein. Klein focused his gaze and realized that it was an arm. The blood-colored flesh had been bitten to pieces, and the white bones were broken in an irregular manner as they protruded outwards. Puff, puff, puff. One item after another flew out. First, there was blood spilling out, followed by a dilated eyeball, followed by an earlobe that seemed to have been torn off. Finally, there was a beating heart and an intestine filled with yellowish-brown matter. If not for the fact that he had seen an even more disgusting giant view at Ray Bieber's place, Klein would probably have vomited again. His emotions were on the verge of snapping. It took him great effort to suppress the urge to fire into the pitch-black door. Then, he removed the empty cartridges from before and reloaded them with new demon hunting bullet. Bang! Dunn returned and calmly fired into the warehouse. However, it was as if his bullet had entered the sea. There was no echo. Whoosh! 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 The loud panting became more and more rapid, and the grayish-white color filled the open door. With two bangs, Eyre, Harson, and Borgia's bullets pierced through the grayish-white, but they still couldn't stop the color from surging outwards. They also didn't leave any wounds or spill any liquid. Klein held his breath and didn't shoot blindly. He saw the grayish-white gradually reveal a complete outline. This was a humanoid creature that was over 2 meters tall. The joints of its limbs were twisted in an unnatural way, as if they had been forcibly broken by someone. White broken bones protruded from its skin one after another. Its entire grayish-white surface was filled with ravines, like a human brain that had been stripped of its shell. The monster's entire body was flowing with grayish-white, rotting, viscous liquid. Its head was relatively normal, with deep magic lines and pale skin. As its mouth opened and closed, Klein could see a porcelain false tooth that was about to fall off, a few strands of blood-colored saliva, and shredded flesh and bones. Ray Bieber. Is this still King Human? Klein drew a silent breath as he felt his heart palpitate. Bang! Leonard's demon-hunting bullet hit Ray Bieber's forehead and penetrated it, leaving behind a deep hole. Grayish-white liquid flowed out and fell to the ground. It sizzled and turned into fat, milky-white maggots. However, the monster wasn't affected at all. It pounced at Borgia, who was closest to it, at a moderate speed. Its true target seemed to be the black chest, sealed artifact 2-049. Losing control of Beyonder powers. Dunn shouted in a deep voice. Laurata, it looks like a dead spirit. Quickly find its weakness. All right. Lorata didn't speak further as she raised her hand to cover her eyes. Her pupils turned grayish-white before turning colorless. It was as though she had entered the kingdom of the dead and the spiritual world. She looked down at the enemy from a higher level and searched for the most important node. Seeing that normal gunshots were ineffective, Klein didn't waste his bullet. He raised his hand and tapped his glabella, activating his spirit vision. He planned on assisting gravedigger Ma Lorata. In his vision, Monster Bieber's spiritual light was only left with one color. It was a pure grayish-white, a grayish-white that was filled with madness. Apart from that, Klein couldn't see anything else. At that moment, Eyre Harson and Leonard Mitchell began chanting at the same time. Ah, the danger of fear, the hope of crimson. At least one thing is true, this life flies. One thing is true, the rest are lies. After the flower blooms once, it will leave the world forever. A power that could put people to sleep emanated as the twisted grayish-white monster rapidly slowed down, as though it couldn't resist the charm of the poem. At that moment, it opened its mouth and let out a scream inaudible to the average person. Ah! Bang! Klein felt a pain in his head as he automatically exited his spirit vision state. He felt a warm liquid flow out of his nose. He subconsciously reached out to wipe it and realized that the back of his palm was covered in blood. Eyre and Leonard fell to the ground at the same time. The corners of their mouths, noses, and eyes were covered in blood. Borgia, Dunn, and Lorata each took 1 to 2 steps back as their faces turned pale. The monster had only let out a scream, but the 6 Beyonders seemed unable to withstand it and became extremely weak. Thud! It approached Borgia and suddenly swung its twisted joint. Bang! 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 Borgia and Dunn each fired twice, but they failed to deal any damage to Monster Bieber. Bang! Borgia was sent flying as his extended revolver fell to the ground. He tried a few times to stand up, but he was unable to do so in a short period of time. Sticky liquid flowed out of the corner of Monster Bieber's mouth as it pounced at the iron-black chest. Bang! At the critical moment, Eyre Harson's shot struck the chest, sending it flying quite a distance away. Monster Bieber failed to grab it as it charged forward for more than 10 meters. Cracks appeared on the iron-black chest, and as the sounds of the crashing continued, the cracks became more obvious. Found it! The black-haired lady, Lorata, finally spoke. I need you to restrain it for at least 3 seconds. All right. Dunn did not waste his breath as he pressed his glabella and closed his eyes. He seemed to have fallen asleep just like that. Invisible ripples spread out one after another. In an instant, Monster Bieber came to a halt as the madness in its eyes rapidly dissipated. Its thin layer of transparent eyelids also began to droop uncontrollably. Dunn's body began to tremble as something beneath his clothes began to bulge and squirm on the spot. It was as though there were slippery, scaleless, venomous snakes hidden within. Lorata ran out frantically and with a roll, she arrived beneath Monster Bieber. She pressed one hand to the ground and clenched her fist upwards, sending it into Monster Bieber's crotch like a cannonball. Pwah! She ignored the corrosive pain as she pressed her hand against the ground once again. Her entire body rose up as her fist drilled deeper. Rip! Lorata pulled back her arm and dragged out a yellowish-brown and blood-stained intestine. Inside the intestines there was an ancient notebook. Monster Bieber let out a blood-curdling scream as its body suddenly lit up as though it was melting. Get down! Just as Eyre Harson's hurried voice faded, Klein saw Monster Bieber swell up. Boom! Amidst the loud explosion, the distant Klein was sent flying by the shockwave and crashed heavily to the ground. He struggled to stand up in disgust and dizziness. He saw Monster Bieber turn into pieces of disgusting, rotting flesh. He saw Dunn and Lorata landing more than 10 meters away, seemingly unconscious. Eyre Harson, Borgia, and Leonard Mitchell had also fallen to the ground. They were either groaning in pain or struggling in vain to stand up. Just as Klein was about to heave a sigh of relief, He suddenly realized that there was something familiar about 2 to 3 meters away from him. The iron-black chest had stopped tumbling as its cracked side faced the sky. A thin, tan-colored arm stretched out. Sealed artifact. 2-049. F***CK. Klein's heart tightened as he immediately leaped a few meters away, distancing himself from sealed artifact 2-049's effective range. The explosion just now had thrown the black iron box near him. Chapter 75. Oh no. I've been controlled by a puppet. Captain and the rest are either unconscious or have yet to recover. They can't even get up. There's no time to wake me up, no. I have to save myself. Everything that Klein saw in front of him turned into a slow-motion scene from his previous life. His joints and his thinking brain seemed to have more and more glue injected into them. He had no interest in becoming a puppet. He seized the opportunity to find a way to save himself before he was completely controlled. I definitely can't hit myself. I need an external force. I'll give it a try. There's no time to delay or think. Klein used 2 to 3 seconds to grab an inspiration. He drove his rusty knee joint and took a counterclockwise step. At the same time, he didn't attempt to break free from the invisible rope that was tied around his throat. He only chanted in his heart, "Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth." He wanted to use the mysterious world above the gray fog to awaken himself and escape the assimilation of sealed artifact 2-049. Creak, creak, creak. Klein's knees and ankles emitted an ear-piercing sound at the same time. With a slow and twisted posture, he took another counterclockwise step. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy of heaven and earth. His thoughts became more and more sluggish. Klein was like a computer that contained all the family buckets and security guard. He clicked as he lifted his left foot and walked towards his predetermined position. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy. The thoughts in Klein's mind became more and more rigid and sluggish. He only took the final step based on his instincts. At this stage, he knew that he was almost completely controlled. Even if Iyer Harson got up in time and ran over to save him, he probably wouldn't be able to complete the awakening. But his strong desire to survive made him recite the final incantation. Blessings arise from the celestial supremacy. Just as he finished reciting the incantation, the extremely chaotic and crazy shouts and murmurs suddenly sounded. They scattered Klein's frozen thoughts, causing them to shatter and turn into uncontrollable thoughts. Klein's mind became a pot of boiling porridge. In a daze, he felt his body lighten and his spirituality float away. The boundless grayish-white fog and the crimson stars of different distances appeared in front of him again. They were vast, mysterious, blurry, and hazy. Klein's chaotic thoughts quickly settled down, and he finally regained his ability to think. He saw the majestic temple. Phew! Fortunately it worked, he muttered in fear. According to his previous observations, he knew that once he fell into the control of sealed artifact 2-049, it was basically equivalent to death. Typically speaking, there was no way to save him without medicine. Fortunately, his luck enhancement ritual and the mysterious world above the gray fog were not within the realm of normal. After pacing back and forth, Klein began to think about his current situation. I can't stay here forever, can I? When Captain and the others wake up or come over, I won't be able to explain this. Right now, I should only be left with my physical body. I'm even more like a living dead than a living dead. But if I were to take the risk and return, there's no way to ensure my safety. What if 2-049 controls me again? Amidst his thoughts, Klein suddenly smacked himself in the forehead and laughed softly. It looks like I haven't really gotten used to my identity as a seer. Before he finished his sentence, his figure had already appeared at the head of the long bronze table. He was sitting on the high-back chair with the strange symbol on it. Klein stretched out his hand and picked up a fountain pen that appeared out of thin air in front of him. Swish, swish, swish. He wrote a sentence on the illusory white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. Following that, Klein took out the spirit pendulum's projection from his pocket. After a few gatherings, he realized that any item he had on him could be projected above the gray fog, but it would be a lot more illusory. Holding the silver chain in his left hand, Klein allowed the topaz pendant to touch the paper and the incident. The pendulum's swaying came to a stop. He half closed his eyes and calmly recited the words on the white paper. It's safe to return to the real world. It's safe to return to the real world. Over and over again, Klein used the complete spirit pendulum method to perform a divination. When he opened his eyes, he saw the pure topaz pendant slowly swaying, causing the silver chain to spin clockwise. Clockwise is a yes, and counterclockwise is a no. It's safe to return to the real world. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and habitually put away the silver chain. Then, he spread out his spirituality and enveloped his body, simulating a rapid descent. The hazy gray fog and crimson stars quickly turned illusory as they charged upwards. Klein quickly saw himself in a daze. He saw the brown puppet's body hanging outside the metal box, and he realized that the sealed artifact seemed to have stopped all movements. His body's senses surged into his mind. Just as he was about to move his arm to confirm his body's condition, he suddenly heard a voice hidden in the wind. Do you want to be awakened? As long as you promise me one thing, you can be saved. This is to help me pick up the Antigonus family's notebook. Nod if you agree. I know you can still do it. Who? 2-049 doesn't seem to be trying to control me. That's right, it won't continuously affect the same person. There will be intervals. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't show it on his face. At this moment, the voice quickly added a few more sentences. If you can complete this task, you will receive additional rewards. I know you are a seer, and I also know that the Church of the Evernight Goddess doesn't have a sequence 8 after that. We, the Secret Order, can give it to you. To be honest, I was a seer in the past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to return. To let you see my sincerity, I'll tell you now that the corresponding sequence 8 for seer is clown. Clown? Secret Order. Klein nearly failed to maintain his puppet-like state. He never expected that the seer and the clown would be connected. Are they going to form a circus duo? All right, make your decision. Believe me, you don't have much time to waste. The voice came with the wind once again. In the distance, Dunn and Lorado were still unconscious. Borgia seemed to be severely injured as he moaned motionlessly. Eyre Harson and Leonard Mitchell were in relatively better condition as they attempted to sit up. Why me? Secret Order. It's that suited clown, right? After he escaped, he secretly returned in an attempt to take advantage of the situation. But why me for help? He can deal with everyone here now. Upon hearing the voice's words, questions flashed in Klein's mind. Since the other party said that he was a seer, Klein began to analyze the situation with the thinking style of a seer. He must have divined that Monster Bieber would be destroyed and that we would suffer heavy losses if he dared to return. He didn't take the notebook himself and didn't deal with us directly because he likely divined that this matter was extremely risky. Therefore, he suspected that Captain and Ma Lorado were pretending to be unconscious and that this was a trap set up for him. He didn't continue divining to confirm my present state. Firstly, there's a possibility that there's not enough time. If he waited any longer, Mr. Eyre Harson and company would have recovered a certain amount of their combat strength. Secondly, he's belittling me and believes that it's unnecessary. He knows a seer very well and definitely believes that I won't be able to escape the puppet's control. He's using me as cannon fodder to probe the trap from another angle. This means that the luck enhancement ritual doesn't show any abnormalities on the surface. Klein, whose mind wasn't sluggish, felt his thoughts flow smoothly. He had a general grasp of the suited clown's thoughts and goals. As for the other party's promise, he didn't believe it at all. Cannon fodder had no human rights. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein controlled his neck and nodded with great difficulty. At the same time he did this action, he confirmed that he had escaped the control of sealed artifact 2-049. As soon as he nodded, a transparent curtain moved 2 to 3 meters away from his side, outlining the silhouette of a man in a tuxedo with clown paint on his face. It was the secret order member who had escaped earlier. At that moment, as Klein had turned in the opposite direction in an attempt to escape the range of 2-049's influence, his back was facing the black chest and the puppet. The suited clown was in front of him. Firstly, it was to distance himself from the sealed artifact, and secondly, it was to avoid the muzzle of his gun. He appeared rather cautious. The suited clown took out a long piece of paper from his pocket and shook it violently. He shook it until it was as straight as a wooden stick. He held the wooden stick and from a distance of 2 to 3 meters, he jabbed it at Klein's shoulder in an attempt to wake him up. This guy seems to know 2-049 very well. He knows that wherever the aura of the Antigonus family's descendant lingers, the puppet will go berserk and control 2 people at the same time. He also knows that smashing it with rocks doesn't seem to have any effect. At least, I haven't seen Captain and the others make similar attempts. Although Klein didn't understand why 2-049 didn't attempt to assimilate him, he didn't dare to stay within a 5-meter radius for too long. Hence, he held his breath and waited for an opportunity. Just as the paper stick was about to touch his shoulder, Klein suddenly raised his left hand, grabbed the top of the stick, and pulled it back. The suited clown was caught off guard. His body was pulled and he staggered forward. The distance between him and Klein shortened once again, to less than 2 meters. At the same time, Klein pressed down on the revolver's trigger with his right hand, which he had long prepared. Bang! Bang! He fired 2 shots consecutively, but he didn't aim at the suited clown. Instead, he aimed behind him, at the side that was far away from sealed artifact 2-049. Before the gunshot rang out, the suited clown had taken the initiative to roll from his stagger, instinctively dodging in advance. Klein released his grip on the paper stick. He took a few steps forward and dashed out of the danger zone. The suited clown had just rolled twice and was about to turn around and pounce when his head suddenly buzzed. His thoughts quickly turned sluggish. Not good. He's deliberately forcing me to dodge in the direction of the Antigonus puppet. I'm within 5 meters. How can he not be controlled by Antigonus? Puppet, the suited clown's rolling came to a halt. His joints seemed to be rusty as he tried to crawl out. At that moment, Klein had already turned around. He held his revolver with both hands and aimed at the slow-moving target. In his eyes, this was equivalent to shooting at a fixed target. As he had previously witnessed the battle between the suited clown and Dunn, Eyre, and Larata, Klein knew that the suited clown was agile and good at rolling. Therefore, even though the distance between them was only 1 or 2 meters, he cautiously gave up on shooting directly. Instead, he forced the suited clown to dodge to the home ground that he had anticipated, the vicinity of sealed artifact 2-049. And if the puppet was ineffective, the suited clown would also confirm that he had fallen into a trap. His counterattack would only be to escape, and he wouldn't pose any real threat. Bang! Chapter 76. Bang! The silver bullet traversed the distance of a few meters and accurately penetrated the suited clown's neck. Large amounts of blood flowed out, staining his skin and his bow tie red. The suited clown couldn't scream. His throat made a gurgling sound. He wanted to raise his hand and remove the fatal wound, but his shoulder and elbow joints seemed to be filled with glue. His movements were jerky and slow. Bang! Klein, who was in a half-cogitation state, wasn't frightened by the blood. He pulled the trigger once again, as calm as if he was doing his daily practice. A hideous hole suddenly appeared in the suited clown's forehead. Blood gushed out and dimmed the light in his eyes. The power of the exquisite revolver was much stronger than Klein had expected. With his knees bent and his arms hanging down, the suited clown slowly fell to the ground. His eyes were frozen in a daze. His body twitched a few times before slowly relaxing. There was no other movement. With the shot dead, Klein coolly turned around and shook the revolver, letting the empty shells fall to the ground one by one. Then, he walked towards Iyer Harson in a black formal suit and a half-top hat. He took out the last silver demon hunting bullet from his pocket and stuffed it into the magazine. The reason why he didn't turn back to look at the suited clown's tragic state was because he was not comfortable killing for the first time. However, he had no choice but to kill him. He didn't know what would happen if the clown was completely controlled by the puppet. Besides, he didn't want to take the risk of entering sealed artifact 2-049's range of influence again. After all, no one knew if there would be any strange changes this time, causing the luck enhancement ritual to fail. As for the items on the suited clown's body, Klein was only concerned if there was the so-called clown potion formula or the corresponding clues. However, this wasn't something that needed to be done in a hurry. He could do it with Dunn, Iyer, and the others later. Obtaining it was equivalent to obtaining it for the Nighthawks. It was impossible for them to be unwilling to part with the Sequence 8 potion formula. At most, they would spend more time accumulating credit. After all, they had only become a seer not long ago, and there was still a long way to go before they digested. As his thoughts churned, Klein quickly walked to Iyer Harson's side. This gentleman in a gray trench coat struggled to sit up several times, but failed every time. He fell down and was covered in mud and dust. "Mr. Harson, what do you need me to do?" He crouched down and asked. The revolver in his hand was pointed at the ground at an angle to prevent accidental firing. Al took a deep breath and sighed. That monster is too strong. If it wasn't for its weakness, at this point, he pointed to a sky-blue metal bottle beside him and laughed at himself. I wanted to take the potion, but my hand trembled. The sky-blue metal bottle was about as thick as Klein's thumb and no more than 5 centimeters tall. The lid with the hidden spiral pattern had fallen to one side and was completely soaked in liquid. Klein reached out to pick up the small bottle, narrowed his eyes and looked at it. "Mr. Harson, there are only a few drops left on the wall of the bottle. Go look for it on Borgia's body. Inside the pocket." El panted as he spoke. "Okay." Klein stood up and asked casually, "Is this a healing potion? An item from the mystical side?" "No, it only has a certain healing effect. It mainly stimulates our spirit and squeezes out our body's potential. It allows us to maintain a good condition for a short period of time. It allows us to hold on until we return, until we receive treatment." Ale attempted to sit up but failed again. "Its name is Goddess's Gaze. Remember to let Borgia drink half of the potion." Klein didn't delay any further. He turned around and quickly walked to the groaning Borgia's side. He found the standard sky-blue metal bottle from the semi-conscious Nighthawk's chest. After unscrewing the lid, he carefully placed the mouth of the bottle to Borgia's mouth. Borgia sensed it and tried his best to open his lips. The bottle tilted as the dark red liquid flowed into Borgia's mouth. After estimating the amount, Klein retracted his hand in time and screwed the cap back on. The effects of the potion seemed pretty good. A few seconds after Borgia swallowed it, his eyes regained their luster. He said in a low voice, "Thank you." With that said, he propped himself up with his hand and slowly sat up. He first treated his injuries before walking towards the unconscious Lorata and Dunn. He found Goddess's Gaze from the latter's inner pocket. Klein returned to Ale's side and fed him the remaining half of the potion. Ale panted a few times as his movements suddenly became agile. He stood up as though he had never been injured. "I'll help Borgia. You take care of your companion." The charming middle-aged man pointed at Leonard Mitchell. Klein didn't have any objections. He turned around and jogged to Poet Leonard's side. "There's no need. I can drink it myself." Leonard, whose hair was disheveled, smiled as he raised the sky-blue metal bottle in his hand. Seeing him stand up agilely with a push of his hand, Klein, who was about to criticize him, was suddenly taken aback. "Leonard's injuries are lighter than I expected. He has the ability to consume the potion right from the beginning. That is to say, he might have seen me take 4 steps counterclockwise during the luck enhancement ritual. No, this matter is still fine. My chanting was all in my heart, and the luck enhancement ritual didn't show any outward abnormalities. If not, the suited clown wouldn't have fallen for it. But even so, Leonard, who had long recovered but chose to watch from the sidelines, must have seen quite a number of things. For example, I wasn't affected by 2-049 and had schemed against the suited clown. Just as Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, Leonard, who was walking towards him, stopped beside him and chuckled while looking straight ahead. He looked straight ahead and said with a chuckle, "I wanted to save you, but I realized that you didn't need it. Don't mind me. There are many special people in this world. They can always do things that others can't, such as you. Such as me." The corners of Leonard's mouth curled up as he walked past Klein and walked towards the awakened Dunn and Lorata. "Narcissist," Klein lampooned inwardly as he felt a lot more relaxed. "From the looks of it, Leonard Mitchell is also hiding quite a number of secrets," he thought as he met up with the rest. He watched as Captain Dunn put on his gloves and picked up the Antigonus family's notebook that was stained with yellowish-brown and blood. The notebook's cover was made of dark black paper. It emitted an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or rotting. It was nearly identical to what Klein had seen in his dream. It made him begin to suspect that he would see the fool wearing a gorgeous headdress after opening it. But he soon realized that he was overthinking things. This was because Dunn had carefully flipped open the notebook to make a final confirmation. Klein could not see the words clearly due to his poor angle, but he was certain that there was no the fool wearing gorgeous clothes or a gorgeous headdress. "Ahem, no problem." Dunn closed the notebook and held it tightly. Then, he looked at Eyre and Company and said, "Store it and sealed artifact 2-049 behind Tingen City's Chinese gate for the next few days. Once you recover, or Bakelin sends someone over." Upon hearing that, Klein was a little disappointed, but he also felt lucky. He really wanted to read the Antigonus family's notebook again to figure out the cause of the deaths of the original owner, Welch and Naya. However, he felt that this ancient item was filled with misfortune and always brought disaster. Therefore, he did not dare touch it. Handing it over to the church's headquarters and sealing it tightly is the best choice. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "All right." Eyre Harson Borja and Lorata nodded and turned around at the same time. They came to the side of sealed artifact 2-049. They woke each other up and stuffed the puppet, which had regained its ability to move at some point in time, back into the cracked black metal box and monitored it closely. "Everything is normal." Eyre's tone sounded a little more relaxed. Inside the black metal box that only emitted a faint glow, the puppet that was wrapped in grease-stained cloth creaked as it flipped its body, aiming its clown-painted face at the light. On this strange face, under the pure black pupilless eyes, there were 2 tiny dark red cracks that were difficult to see. At the same time, Dunn, Leonard, and Klein, who had mustered his courage, searched the suited clown's corpse. They found paper flowers, handkerchiefs, poker cards, and glass shards, as well as all sorts of strange items. However, other than that, the clown did not bring anything of value or that could provide any clues. "Well, apart from a wallet that's worth more than a dozen solely." Klein sighed silently. At the thought of money, he immediately lowered his head and examined himself. His face nearly collapsed. His formal suit, which cost several pounds, had 5 to 6 spots that needed to be mended due to the tumbling. It was also covered in dirt and dust. Dunn glanced at him and curled the corners of his mouth. The losses incurred during the mission can be reimbursed. Reimbursed. When he heard the word invented by Roselle the Great, Klein's mood instantly brightened. Yes, this suit can still be worn after some cleaning and mending. It's also decent enough, when the expenses are reimbursed, I can buy another set and form a rotation. Yes, I'm not the kind of person who uses the reimbursement for other purposes, however. I'll have to consider combat attire in the future, such as Captain's black trench coat. If the material is a little inferior, it'll be much cheaper than a tuxedo. Man, Leonard doesn't like wearing formal attire for a long time. Could it be because of this consideration? Let Fry deal with the corpse. Let's see if we can recognize his original appearance and find any relevant clues. Dunn used his glove to touch the paint on the suited clown's face. Then, they searched the innermost warehouse and saw several lumps of flesh and blood that looked like they had been flattened by boulders. They also saw broken bones strewn everywhere. Ray Bieber should be using an ancient ritual to absorb the power contained in the notebook, just like how we consume higher-grade sequence potions. It's filled with danger and requires an undisturbed environment. He also needs to sleep for a certain period of time. This should be the reason why he hasn't left Tingen yet. Dunn examined the area and guessed the possibilities. Upon hearing such a description, the black-haired lady, Larada, laughed with a pale face. What a pity that we woke him up early. That anger when he woke up sure left a deep impression on me. This is a form of losing control. Dunn looked at Klein, half explaining and half teaching. Then why didn't he just leave Tingen and try absorbing it elsewhere? Klein asked, puzzled. Eyre Harson laughed and pointed at his head. Fellows who are affected by ancient powers or evil powers are usually not of much use here. At this moment, Dunn took a deep breath and said with a pained tone, "That's right." Chapter 77. "All right," Leonard replied with a relaxed expression when he heard Dunn's suggestion. Next, he, Klein, and the others walked out of the warehouse and approached the spot where Monster Bieber had self-destructed. With that as the center, they searched the area. "Captain, what exactly are we looking for?" Klein looked at the scattered rotten flesh and resisted the urge to vomit. He looked at Dunn Smith, puzzled. Dunn didn't look up. He continued scanning the ground with his deep gray eyes. Waking up prematurely, losing control, and turning into a monster means that Ray Bieber didn't completely absorb the Beyonder powers provided by the notebook. At the same time, it also means that a certain part of his body was filled with Beyonders and became a higher quality material. If you encounter a similar situation in the future, don't overlook it. It might be a rather important item. I see. Klein nodded in understanding. In the blink of an eye, he thought of something else. If Monster Bieber's Beyonder powers were in some indescribable place, wouldn't that be awkward? Wouldn't it be disgusting to use it to concoct potions in the future? Just as Klein's thoughts wandered, Borja, whose eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, suddenly spoke. "Found it." Cough. Dunn, Eyre, and the others immediately turned around and gathered around. Driven by curiosity, Klein also walked quickly towards Borja. Soon, he saw the item in front of Borja. It was a grayish-white object the size of a fist. Its surface was covered in grooves, and it was soft and viscous, as though it was a brain that had been extracted from a living creature. Although Klein couldn't tell how extraordinary the grayish-white object was, he was certain that Borja had found the right item based on the fact that it had survived the violent explosion unscathed. Dunn sized it up carefully and squatted down. As he stretched out his right arm, he used his black-gloved left hand to carefully pick up the grayish-white object. The moment he touched it, the grayish-white object immediately spread out and turned into a viscous liquid. At that moment, Eyre Harson took out a tin-colored box from his pocket. He took out the cigarettes from inside and put them in his pocket. Then, he passed the square metal box to Dunn and said with a smile, "I know, you only love pipes." Dunn scoffed and took the square iron box. He poured the gray, sticky liquid into it and stored it temporarily. After putting away the item, he and Laurata did a rough search of the scene. After confirming that they had not missed anything, they left the place and went outside. They saw the horses anxiously digging the ground, almost breaking free from their ropes. "I know how to drive." Borgia covered his mouth with his hand and coughed softly. "I know. You're good at comforting animals." Eyre nodded with a smile. After boarding the carriage, Dunn, Laurata, Eyre Harson, and Klein, who were maintaining their flexion and extension movements, fell into a momentary silence. When the horses' hooves clattered and the wheels rolled, Dunn looked at Klein and said after some deliberation, "I know that you must be very curious about the Antigonus family's notebook and want to understand what happened in the past." "No, not at all." Klein subconsciously denied it in his heart. That was an ancient object full of misfortune. Without giving him time to reply, Dunn continued. "However, I must first report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Only after they have confirmed the confidentiality level of the notebook can they consider whether or not to let you have a look." "No problem," Klein answered briefly. Dunn flexed his arm and thought for a moment. "I once promised that once we confirm that Ray Bieber is a descendant of the Antigonus family, I would make you an official member of the Nighthawks. Now, not only have we confirmed Ray Bieber's identity, we have also eliminated this monster and foiled the Secret Order's plot. In this process, your performance was very outstanding. You personally killed a member of the evil organization, so I will fulfill my promise and immediately apply to the sanctuary, waiting for their reply. By the way, I forgot something important. I haven't asked if you're willing. Mr. Klein Moretti, are you willing to officially join the Tingen Nighthawks and become one of us? Your salary will immediately be doubled to £6 a week, and there will be an increase every year. Your salary will be split equally between the church and the Awa County Police Department. At the same time, you will obtain the status of a probationary inspector, which will be very useful at certain times. As a support-type Beyonder, you don't have to face enemies all the time, but you will need to be on duty at Cheney's Gate once a week. Without the team's approval, you are not to leave Tingen under any excuse, and try your best to keep this a secret from your family." After Dunn finished explaining the restrictions and benefits, Klein thought for more than 10 seconds. "I hope to become an official Nighthawk. Only then would he be able to come into contact with more secrets, such as the situation of the Secret Order." After reading Roselle's diary that he had previously gathered, Klein had made some improvements to some of his thoughts. Being proficient in mysticism and finding a way to return home were his constant pursuit. As for further increasing his strength so that he could safely pry open the mysterious space above the gray fog and use it to return to his homeworld, that was a new goal. Just as Roselle the Great had said, it was very dangerous to rely solely on external forces. Furthermore, after becoming a seer and obtaining Beyonder powers, Klein also felt that he had a better grasp of the mysterious space. For example, he could pull another member into the gathering. This made him wonder if the mysterious space above the gray fog would undergo a more beneficial change when he became a Sequence 8, Sequence 7, or even a higher Sequence Beyonder. Of course, Klein knew very well that all of this was under the premise that he had to completely resolve the hidden dangers of the seer potion. He couldn't be anxious or rash. "Very good. When the Holy Cathedral approves of it, you will be one of us." Dunn's gray eyes were tinged with a hint of a smile. At this moment, Eyre Harson, who had been listening by the side, interrupted. "Klein, I'll call you Klein. Your performance today was really outstanding. You actually managed to kill a Beyonder from the Secret Order, and I suspect that he has reached Sequence 7. How did you do it? I can't believe it." As expected, here comes the question. Klein was already prepared to organize his words. He knew that killing a Beyonder who could deal with Dunn, Eyre, and Laurata at the same time was indeed inconceivable and filled with mysteries. As long as Eyre and the others weren't blind or stupid, they would sooner or later ask about it. However, he never expected that they would hold back until now. That's right, the captain and Mr. Harson were previously injured, and their conditions could worsen at any time. At such a time, anything that could aggravate the conflict had to be suppressed. It was to prevent me from taking risks when my secret was exposed. Only when I expressed my stance and was willing to officially join the Nighthawks did they put down their worries and ask. They're all veterans. There was clearly no communication between them, but they tacitly made the same decision. Klein said thoughtfully, "This was a very fortunate matter. This is a very lucky thing. The clown in the tuxedo made a fatal error in judgment. Back then, sealed artifact 2-049 was thrown near me by the aftermath of the explosion. It was about 5 to 6 meters away from me, and from a cursory observation, it was easy to conclude that I was within the range of the sealed artifact's influence. And back then I was affected by the explosion. My head was dizzy and my movements were sluggish. It looked like I was being controlled. At some point in time, that suited clown had invisibly appeared near me. He used the words of saving me and giving me the corresponding sequence 8 clown for the seer potion to lure me in. He wanted me to help him retrieve the Antigonus family's notebook. Yes, he said that the secret order has the corresponding sequence pathway to the seer potion, and he said that he was once a seer. Klein recounted the situation in detail. He even described the reasoning in his mind in an orderly manner, including how he believed that the suited clown had divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky, thus changing his strategy. Of course, all the truth was to cover up the first lie. It was to hide the fact that he had been controlled by sealed artifact 2-049. He divined that taking the notebook would be extremely risky? Yes, there's indeed a huge risk, but the risk is actually with you. The black-haired lady, Larata, covered her mouth and chuckled. His divination wasn't wrong, but it ended up putting him in fatal danger. That's truly an interesting matter. Klein was taken aback as he nodded solemnly. Indeed, divination is never too clear, and a blur means that the interpretation might be wrong. Yes, I have to take note of that. How did you deal with him after that? Dunn stretched out his arm and leaned back slightly. Klein smiled. I pretended to agree to him and got him to wake me up. He didn't dare enter the range of the sealed artifact's influence, so he used a strange piece of paper to push me from 2 to 3 meters away. Seizing this opportunity, I pulled the piece of paper and pulled him into the range of 2-049's influence. Then, with a series of shots, I completed my goal. That's something I'm ashamed of. Back then, I didn't even have the confidence to hit him at a distance of 2 to 3 meters. Iyer nodded slightly. With his dodging abilities, a distance of 2 to 3 meters isn't an absolute guarantee. You might be able to hit him, but you might not be able to hit his vital spots. That would be troublesome. Your choice back then wasn't wrong. In fact, it could even be considered outstanding. If it were me, I might not have done better than you. He didn't ask about what happened after that. This was because the suited clown who had fallen into the range of sealed artifact 2-049's control was destined to be a live target. The successor to seer is clown. How strange. Dunn suddenly sighed. Chapter 78. Iyer Harson echoed, indeed. It's hard to imagine that seer's successor would be clown. According to normal logic, no one would link them together. Is that strange? I remember that many pathways sequence potions lack the necessary connection. The black-haired lady, Larata, covered her mouth as she yawned. It was obvious that her injuries were rather serious. Even the goddess's gaze was unable to maintain her exuberant energy. No, Larata. This is completely different. Even if the other sequence potions lack a connection, we can still find similarities in other aspects. However, seer and clown can't. I can't understand it at all. Iyer Harson shook his head and sighed. When Klein heard their discussion, he laughed and said, No, there are still similarities. No, they still have something in common. What is it? Eyre asked out of curiosity. Dunn's stretching of his arm clearly slowed down. Klein answered in all seriousness, be it seer or clown, they can be found in a circus. Eyre, Dunn, and Laurata were momentarily stunned. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Laurata, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Not a bad answer. I like young people like you. The black-haired lady, Laurata, was the first to snap out of her daze as she laughed. Eyre revealed a smile as well and shook his head. In this day and age, there are fewer and fewer gentlemen with the spirit of self-deprecating. Fortunately, we met one today. Do you think I like to self-deprecate? It's because I didn't think of any other similarities. Klein lampooned silently before replying with a slightly bitter smile. I only wish that this sequence pathways potion would not have names like beast tamer, acrobat, or magicians. That would really form a circus. Furthermore, it would be a one-man circus, haha. Dunn and company were immediately amused by his words. The carriage was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The carriage advanced all the way to Zutland Street. The uninjured Klein was the first to enter the Blackthorn Security Company. Goddess, what happened to you? How did you end up like this? Rochun took a casual glance and exclaimed. Klein looked down at his dirty and damaged suit and replied with a pained expression, That's right. There are always accidents like this and that in missions. Fortunately, with the blessing of the goddess, the ending was beautiful. Praise the goddess. Rochun devoutly drew a crimson moon on her chest. Without waiting for Klein to speak, she took the initiative to ask, Do we need to hide on the third floor again? Is that sealed artifact really that dangerous? Trust me, it's more dangerous than you think, Klein replied with lingering fear. If not for his even more mysterious luck enhancement ritual, he would have perished at 2-049's hands. Goddess. Rochun's lips quivered, as though she had a lot more to say and many questions to ask. But considering that the captain was waiting downstairs, she finally resisted the urge. She called for Mrs. Oriana and company to head to the third floor, the 2 floors next to the Blackthorn Security Company. The floors above and below were either properties of the church, or were occupied by devout priests who were vaguely aware of the situation. After all the civilian staff had left, Klein didn't rush to the recreation room to inform the other Nighthawks. He immediately returned and helped the captain and company escort sealed artifact 2-049, Monster Bieber's remnant, and the Antigonus family's notebook to the second floor. Passing through the partition, Dunn pushed open the recreation room's door and said to the 2 Nighthawks who were playing Gwent, Fry, Royale, immediately head to the dock area's Tyrell warehouse and assist Leonard in the aftermath. All right. The raven-haired, cold-looking Royale was the first to stand up. The black-haired, blue-eyed, pale-skinned corpse collector Fry stood up as well. They put down their Gwent cards and walked out of the recreation room. When they passed through the partition, they paused for a moment. Wait. Dunn didn't let everyone down as he shouted. Is there anything else? Sleepless Royale turned her head and asked without a change in expression. Remember to inform the police and get them to seal off the road. Before you deal with the scene and move the corpses back, don't let anyone approach, Dunn said as he smacked his forehead. All right. Royale turned around, took 2 steps forward, and then stopped. She turned around, blinked her eyes, and coldly confirmed. She confirmed coldly, Captain, is there nothing else? No, Dunn answered firmly. Royale nodded indiscernibly and walked towards the door. As for corpse collector Fry, he maintained his unhurried pace with his cold and gloomy aura. At that moment Dunn spoke again. Remember to tell Rochun and Mrs. Oriana that they can come down now. No problem, Fry replied in a calm, almost emotionless manner. After watching the 2 Nighthawks walk out the door and climb up to the 3rd floor, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He followed the captain, Eyre, and the rest into the basement. They walked straight and arrived at Cheney's gate. Go to the armory and get old Neil here. We need his ritualistic magic to treat us. Dunn instructed Klein as he gestured for sleepless Kenley to open Cheney's gate. As the effects of the potion faded, his mind gradually became sluggish. All right. Klein didn't wait for the captain's reply as he continued, I will watch the armory in place of old Neil. I will also request for at least 20 demon hunting bullets and wait for the Holy Cathedral's approval. I will hold back my curiosity about the Antigonus family's notebook. Dunn was momentarily at a loss for words. Captain, there's nothing else, right? Klein asked with a smile after he finished answering. Dunn shook his head, still unable to speak. Taking out his cane, Klein turned around and walked towards the armory. He told old Neil, who was drinking water, what had happened. You became a monster that lost control. You even killed a Beyonder? Old Neil quickly cleared the table. It's like I'm listening to the script of a play. He walked around the table and headed straight for the corridor without waiting for Klein's reply. Klein asked out of curiosity, What's the matter? Mr. Neil, doesn't the church have any true healing potions? He actually needed the help of ritualistic magic. Potions concocted with ordinary ingredients cannot solidify the healing effect of the ritual for a long time. Extraordinary ingredients are rare, and most of them are not suitable for such things. Old Neil casually explained, You should know about the goddess's gaze. When this potion is first made through the ritual, it's a standard, real healing potion. But every minute after that, the effect will evaporate until there's only a little left. I see. Klein nodded in disappointment. As a former keyboard adventurer, he was also a game enthusiast. It was a matter of habit for him to yearn for healing potions. After watching old Neil leave, he sat down and felt the peace that he hadn't felt for a long time. In this peace, he recalled the tragic state of the suited clown before his death. He recalled his cold-blooded shooting, and he recalled the hideous wound and the blood that gushed out. Klein's body gradually trembled, and his heart was filled with discomfort. He first stood up, then sat down, and then slowly repeated the process. He even paced back and forth. Phew! He exhaled, intending to find something to do so that he wouldn't keep thinking of those unpleasant images. Klein took off his top hat and suit, took out a handkerchief and brush, and carefully cleaned the dirt and dust from his clothes. After an unknown period of time, he heard the familiar footsteps of old Neil. It was a special sound created by the heel landing on the ground first. How tiring! Old Neil grumbled as he walked into the room. Tell the others not to come here for an hour. I need some rest. He glanced at Klein and casually instructed. Why don't you rest upstairs while I keep watch here? Klein kindly suggested. Old Neil shook his head. It's too noisy upstairs. Little Roshan is a girl who can't stop talking. All right. Klein didn't insist. He put on his coat and hat, picked up his cane, and returned to the corridor. He then pulled the door of the armory half closed. Thud, thud, thud. He slowly walked down the empty hallway and suddenly saw a room that he had never seen before. There's a secret door here. Klein stopped near the corner and looked into the room. He discovered that corpse collector Fry had already returned and was carefully examining a corpse that had been completely stripped naked. A corpse? Something stirred in Klein's heart. He summoned his courage and approached the room. He knocked on the open door 3 times. Knock, knock. Fry stopped, turned around, and looked at him with his cold blue eyes. Sorry to disturb you. I just want to know if this is the corpse of that Beyonder? Klein asked in a measured tone. Yes. Fry's thin lips opened and closed, but he only spat out a single word. Klein looked past him and at the corpse. Indeed, he saw the familiar, hideous wound on the forehead. It's that suited clown. Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, Did you find anything? No, Fry answered in an unusually concise manner. The atmosphere turned awkward. Klein was about to bid farewell when Fry took the initiative to speak. If you feel unwell, you can come in and take a look. You'll find that it's just a corpse. Are you afraid that I might have a psychological disorder? Klein nodded thoughtfully. All right. He entered the room and came to the long table covered with a white cloth. He looked at the corpse. The red, yellow, and white paint on the suited clown's face had all been removed, revealing an unfamiliar face with nothing special. He had black hair, a high-nose bridge, and looked to be in his 30s. At that moment, Fry walked to the square table in the corner and picked up a pencil and a piece of white paper. He returned to the corpse and placed the piece of white paper down. He picked up the pencil and began drawing. Klein glanced curiously and realized that Fry was sketching the suited clown's head. Before long, Fry stopped drawing. There was a lifelike portrait on the white paper. Compared to the corpse, the only difference was that it didn't have any wounds. It only had blue eyes. What a talent! Klein exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect your sketch to be so good. Before I became a nighthawk, my dream was to be an artist. Fry's tone was flat. Then why don't you fulfill your dream? Klein asked, puzzled. Fry put down the pencil and held the suited clown's portrait. My father was a priest of the goddess. He hoped that I would become a priest too. It's a respectable profession. You were a priest before? Klein asked again in surprise. He found it hard to imagine a person with Fry's personality and temperament as a priest. Yes, it wasn't bad. Fry's expression was cold. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he replied, Later, I encountered and experienced some things before I became a nighthawk. Klein didn't pry into Fry's privacy in detail. Instead, he asked, You were once a priest of the goddess, so why didn't you choose sleepless? A personal reason, Fry answered frankly. Besides, Am Daly is a good role model. Klein nodded. Just as he was about to change the topic, he heard Fry say, Help me look after this place. I have to hand the portrait to the captain immediately. It's very troublesome to close the secret door. All right. Although Klein was a little afraid of facing the corpse alone, he forced himself to agree. After Fry left, the room became quiet. The corpse lying there weighed heavily on Klein's heart. He took a deep breath and approached the long table as if he was trying to defeat himself. The suited clown lay there quietly. His face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. He had lost all signs of life. Apart from his hideous wounds, he exuded a coldness unique to the dead. Klein stared at him for a while. His emotions gradually settled down and he seemed to have calmed down. He swept his gaze and noticed a strange brand on the suited clown's wrist. He mustered his courage and reached out to touch it. He wanted to flip it over to get a better look. Just as the cold sensation traveled from Klein's fingertips to his brain, the pale, lifeless palm suddenly shot up and grabbed his wrist. It grabbed his wrist tightly. Chapter 79. The cold and painful grip of the 5 white-knuckled fingers made Klein's hair stand on end. He subconsciously retracted his hand and frantically tried to retreat. A heavy feeling came over as Klein used all his strength to pull at his forearm. Thump! The pale, naked corpse was pulled askew as it fell from the long table to the ground. However, the cold, pale fingers continued to grip Klein's wrist. Klein momentarily lost his ability to think. His mind was filled with thoughts of pulling out his gun and firing. However, as he couldn't retract his dominant hand, he threw away his black cane. He tried several times, but he failed to successfully retrieve his revolver from his holster. At that moment, the corpse's eyelids suddenly opened, revealing a pair of unfocused blue eyes. His mouth quivered as he muttered, Hornaces! 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 After 3 murmurs, the flustered Klein felt the fingers that were gripping his wrist loosen. Following that, they drooped limply. The suited clown's eyes were tightly shut once again, as though nothing had happened. If not for the pale corpse lying on the stone floor, Klein might have believed that he had been hit by an illusion. He staggered a few steps back, feeling that many parts of his body were convulsing from the shock and anxiety. Phew! Phew! Klein panted heavily as he slowly regained his ability to think. He looked warily and fearfully at the corpse on the ground. He removed his revolver and cautiously retreated out of the room. After confirming that the corpse was motionless, he glanced at the wrist where he was holding his gun. There were 5 deep, dark red fingerprints there, and they were silently narrating the previous encounter. Klein calmed down significantly as he constantly cursed in his heart. F***K, you scared me to death. After panting for about 10 seconds, he began to visualize the items in his mind, allowing himself to quickly regain his composure. Carefully recalling, Klein replayed his encounter frame by frame. Although he still did not understand the reason for the suited clown's zombification, he acutely grasped the crux of the matter. It was the man's repeated muttering of Hornacis. It's Hornacis again. Klein frowned. The Antigonus family's notebook records the nation of the Evernight in the Hornacis mountain range. When I was in cogitation and spirit vision, I heard something I shouldn't have heard. I also heard the term Hornacis. And now, this dead man is using a strange method to emphasize Hornacis in my ears. Could it be that the answers to many questions lie in the Hornacis mountain range? Perhaps there's a huge danger hidden there. For example, an evil god is sealed in the mountain range and is seeking to escape through such temptation. While his thoughts were running wild, Klein carefully entered the room and touched the corpse a few times to confirm that it was completely dead. He didn't want corpse collector Fry to see the mess he had made. Hence, he mustered his courage and carried the corpse back to the long table. Throughout the entire process, not only was Klein on tenterhooks, but he also felt that his nerves might snap at any moment due to the slightest movement. Furthermore, he was abnormally disgusted by the ice-cold contact between the corpse and his skin. After completing the mission with great difficulty, he recalled why he had approached the corpse. Hence, he focused his attention on the suited clown's wrist and the strange brand. It was unknown when the brand had fallen off, but it had condensed into a ball of blood with a tinge of blue. The ball of blood was only the size of a thumb. It floated silently in midair in a manner that defied the laws of physics. "What is this?" Klein muttered, not daring to touch it rashly. He had no intention of concealing the strange ball of blood. Firstly, he didn't know if it was good or bad. Secondly, he believed that Fry, who had carefully examined the corpse, would have long discovered the brand on the wrist. He might even know what the strange ball of blood was, and even if Fry doesn't know, it would be better to hand it over to the captain and let the entire Nighthawks investigate it. It would be much better than me making random attempts, Klein thought. As a member of an organization, an individual had to know how to make the best use of the organization's power. Klein tensed up and waited for a few minutes before he saw the black-haired, blue-eyed, thin-lipped Fry return to the room. His gaze was instantly attracted by the strange ball of blood. He asked the question Klein had previously asked himself. "What is this?" "I don't know." Klein shook his head honestly. He didn't hide anything as he recounted everything that had happened. The brand fell off into a ball of blood. Fry nodded as though he was thinking. Beyonder corpses always have some strange changes. He raised his head and looked at Klein. "Get the captain here and tell him the contents of the corpse's murmurs." "All right." Klein had long wanted to leave this place. "You don't have to come with the captain," Fry added. "I believe you definitely won't like what happens next." As he spoke, he picked up the silver scalpel beside him. Klein nodded with lingering fear. "That's exactly what I was hoping for." He picked up his cane, wore his hat, and turned to Cheney's gate. In the keeper's room, he saw Captain Dunn, who was no longer dispirited. Dunn calmly listened to his recount and nodded indiscernibly. "I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral and let them handle it. Perhaps they will send someone to the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range to take a look." Klein tersely acknowledged. Seeing that only the captain and sleepless Kenley were in the keeper's room, he casually asked, I will report this matter to the Holy Cathedral. Have Mr. Eyre and the rest gone to rest? Dunn nodded. Eyre and Borgia are at St. Selena Cathedral. Lorata should be looking for a coffee shop. Coffee shop? Madame Lorata's injuries aren't healed yet, right? Klein asked in surprise. Dunn rubbed his eyebrows and smiled. Lorata has 3 hobbies: coffee, desserts, and maids. She says that she needs these 3 things to speed up her recovery. Maids? Klein asked blankly. Does Madame Lorata have some sort of fetish? Dunn shook his head helplessly. She likes maids. Yes, that's right. Furthermore, she likes them with big breasts. She's really a strange person. Klein didn't know how to react. Dunn didn't delay any further as he walked out of the keeper's room. Klein looked at his back as he waited silently for him to turn around. At the same time, he saw sleepless Kenley take out his pocket watch from the corner of his eye and press it. 3, 2, 1. Just as Klein finished counting, Dunn stopped. He turned around and said, I forgot something again, Klein. You have experienced too much today. You will definitely feel exhausted after relaxing. You don't have to stay here in the afternoon. Go back and have a good rest. Tomorrow, submit the application and list the losses in detail. Yes, don't pay too much attention to the matter of killing a Beyonder. Killing him is equivalent to saving more people. Actually, I'm already a lot better. Klein exhaled silently. Dunn nodded slightly. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly smacked his forehead. Also, I have already handed the Beyonder's portrait to Leonard. He and the police department will be in charge of the follow-up investigation. I believe that the Beyonder will definitely be riding a carriage in Tingen City, enjoying food, and will definitely have a place to stay. Anyone who walks by will leave a mark. Emperor Rosel's words are indeed very reasonable. Yes, Klein answered blankly. After the captain left, he left the guard room and walked slowly to the 2nd floor. Along the way, he suddenly thought of something and felt an inexplicable sense of fear. The suited clown claimed that the secret order has the corresponding sequence pathway for seers. Even if it's an exaggeration, and they don't actually have the formulas for high-sequence Beyonders, they definitely have plenty of low-sequence Beyonders. That means that they have quite a number of seers. Would he have divined that I was the one who killed the suited clown and secretly took revenge? If they can't deal with the Nighthawks, how can they deal with a seer like me who doesn't have any direct means to counter their enemies? Klein stopped on the stairs and thought about the problem seriously. Soon, he realized that he was worrying for nothing. First, the secret order doesn't even know who the Nighthawks are. Second, even if they know one or two, it definitely doesn't include a civilian like me. Third, under such circumstances, unless it's a seer, it's impossible to divine who the murderer is. He heaved a sigh of relief and left the Blackthorn Security Company. He took a public carriage back to Daffodil Street. Although he hadn't eaten anything in the afternoon, he still lacked an appetite. Klein entered his bedroom and took off his damaged suit and his half-top hat. Then, he lay on the bed and tried to sleep. His mind was still active, and he couldn't seem to relax. However, his mind wasn't repeating the scene of him shooting the suited clown, but the scene of him moving the corpse. It was that hair-raising sensation. He didn't feel as uncomfortable as when he had killed someone for the first time, but he felt more nauseous just thinking about it. This might be Fry's goal. He hoped that I could overcome my trauma by looking at the corpse. However, even though the trauma from before is gone, a new one has appeared. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh as he relaxed. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep. When he woke up, his stomach was growling. I think I can eat an entire cow, Klein muttered. He saw the sun setting in the west outside the window, and the sky was burning. After changing into old but comfortable clothes, he quickly walked to the 1st floor. Before he could consider what to make for dinner, he heard the door open. Melissa. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he thought to himself. Ever since she started taking the public carriage, His sister didn't return home late. With a turn of the key, the door opened. Melissa walked in with a bag filled with books and stationery. She looked at the kitchen door. "Klein, there's a letter for you. It's a letter from your mentor." "Mentor's letter?" "Right, I wrote to him, asking about the history of the Hornacis main peak." Klein was taken aback at first before he recalled. Chapter 80. After dinner, a satiated Klein leisurely sat on the sofa in the living room. He used a knife to cut open the letter his tutor had sent. At that moment, Melissa was sitting at the dining table. Under the light of the gas lamp, she was working hard on the exercises in her book. Banson was curled up on the sofa, reading Elementary Accounting Course. After opening the 3-page letter, Klein read it with anticipation and fear. "I'm very happy to receive your letter. It makes me miss my life over the past few years. Unfortunately, Welch and Naya have left us forever. I attended their funerals and felt their parents' immense sorrow. These were two young people who should have had a glorious future. Fate is always unpredictable. No one knows what will befall us the next moment. The older I get, the more things I've seen, and the more I feel the fragility and helplessness of being human. As for the historical information on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range that you mentioned, I remember that the archaeologist, Mr. John Joseph, once published a monograph detailing his experiences on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. He discovered a few ancient buildings that were more than 1,000 years old. What makes every historian and archaeologist feel ashamed is that we lack the means to accurately determine the age. We can only make a rough judgment based on the architectural style, the characteristics of the murals, and a small number of recognizable words. It's hard to believe that there would be a human settlement on such a high mountain. Mr. Joseph has sufficient evidence to prove that those humans developed a civilization of their own, a unique civilization. It's difficult to describe the details in the letter. I suggest that you try to borrow that monograph from the Deweyville Library. Believe me, the library donated by Sir Deweyville has more books than the one set up by the city government. The monograph is called Research on the Ancient Ruins of the Hornacis Mountain Range. It was published by the Rouen Publishing House. In addition, there are some papers that mentioned the relevant situation. They were published in journals such as New Archaeology and Archaeology Review. The specific title and issue number are. Klein read it word by word, repeating the names of the monograph and the thesis that his mentor had mentioned several times in his mind. Then, he took out a piece of paper, found a pen, and expressed his gratitude in writing. "Melissa, help me mail this letter tomorrow. Here's the postage." Klein placed the sealed letter and the extra postage beside his sister's book. Melissa glanced at it, pursed her lips and said, "Yes. Klein, the postage doesn't need that much." "Yes, the postage doesn't need that much, but girls need a certain amount of pocket money," Klein replied with a smile. "I think Selina should have told you this." Seeing that Melissa was still a little resistant, he quickly added, "It can help you buy the materials you want and the tools you want." "Tools," Melissa repeated in a low voice. She looked at the book and nodded slightly. "Okay." The corners of Klein's mouth curled up as he walked briskly back to the sofa. "Excellent persuasion. You accurately found Melissa's weakness." Banson gave a thumbs up and laughed with a suppressed voice. Klein cleared his throat and replied in all seriousness, "That's right." "Then, how should I persuade you? The focus of your self-study should be on grammar and classical literature. Of course, basic mathematics and logic are equally important. According to the curriculum of public schools and grammar schools, as well as the content of the university entrance exam, Klein could almost grasp the general direction of the yet-to-be-born civil servant exam. Banson touched his hairline and laughed self-deprecatingly. "In front of those books, I feel like a curly-haired baboon. But they are indeed useful," Klein said with a firm smile. At this moment, Melissa put down her pen, stood up, and walked over to the sofa. She walked to the sofa and said, "Banson, Klein, this Sunday is Selina's birthday. She and her parents want to invite us to a banquet. Are you free? I shouldn't have a problem, Klein said after some thought. He could also get to know his sister's friends. Otherwise, if anything happened to Melissa in the future, he would have no one to ask. Me too. Banson combed his hair with his fingers and said, It looks like we have to consider Miss Selina's birthday present. Klein smiled and said, Let's leave this matter to Melissa. Let's leave this to Melissa. She knows Miss Selina better than we do. What we need to do is what a gentleman should do, pay. This is the first time I've heard someone describe slacking in such a pleasant way. Banson shook his head and chuckled. Klein replied with a smile. This is the use of grammar and classical literature. Banson didn't expect the topic to circle back to him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. The next day, Klein wore his cheap formal attire and held his black silver-inlaid cane. He climbed up the stairs and came to the entrance of the Blackthorn Security Company. His tuxedo had been sent to the hat shop to be mended. Klein was just about to greet Roshan when he saw Captain Dunn walk out from behind the partition. Good morning, Klein. Did you sleep well last night? Dunn asked with concern. Klein answered truthfully, Better than I imagined. I didn't have any nightmares. It's just that I still feel a little heavy and nauseous when I recall it. Very good. I can rest assured now. Dunn smiled and nodded. After chatting about the weather, he took the initiative to mention, The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram. The Holy Cathedral has already replied to my telegram. They're getting Iyer and Larata to immediately send sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook to Backlund. They've also sent another Nighthawk to take the steam locomotive yesterday afternoon to help. I believe they have already set off. They've already set off? Does that mean that I've completely escaped the shadow of the Antigonus family's notebook? Klein was taken aback. He felt surreal, as though he was dreaming. This is much easier than I imagined. There shouldn't be any follow-up, right? May the goddess bless them. May their journey be smooth. After a few seconds, Klein drew a crimson moon symbol on his chest. Dunn wore his hat and pointed outside the door. I have to patrol Raphael Cemetery. I forgot something. Leonard and the police have some results in their investigation of the members of the secret order. They found the carriage driver who drove them and confirmed their temporary residence in Tingen City. However, they were rather cautious and didn't leave behind any valuable clues. As expected of an ancient secret organization, Klein echoed wistfully. Dunn nodded and turned to walk to the door. 3 seconds later, he stopped and turned his head back. Also, the Holy Cathedral might need another 2 to 3 days to reply to your application to become an official member. This is under the jurisdiction of a different department compared to the Antigonus family's notebook. The efficiency won't be the same. I understand, Klein replied sincerely. At the same time, he silently added one more thing for the captain. Remember to submit the reimbursement application today. As he watched Dunn leave, Klein heard the brown-haired girl, Roshan's surprised voice. Goddess Klein, are you going to become an official member? I remember that you joined us less than a month ago. Klein smiled. After I consumed the seer potion, this was something that was bound to happen. That makes sense. Roshan was stunned for a few seconds before she suddenly sighed. I was still praying that you would finish your mysticism lessons as soon as possible and join the roster of the armory. In the end, Goddess, I have to be on duty every 2 days. I'm not a sleepless. My skin, my condition. Goddess, save me. Shouldn't you be used to this kind of life? Before I joined, it was always you, Bright, and old Neil taking turns, right? Klein asked, puzzled. Roshan shook her head with a sorrowful expression. No, there were 4 in the past, and even earlier there were 5. Unfortunately, Kenley chose to become a sleepless. Viola didn't renew her contract last month and joined the Hoynall Machinery Company. She's a girl with great talent in manufacturing, but she lacks opportunities and money. 5 years of being a civilian worker has given her enough experience. Upon saying that, Roshan suddenly glanced at Klein and covered her mouth as she laughed. I've thought of a good idea. Klein, get married as soon as possible. Then, you can accidentally expose the secret of being a beyonder to her. This is a very minor leak, and there won't be any severe punishment. After all, no one can hide it from someone who sleeps in the same bed for long. When the time comes, you can introduce her to us and make her a civilian worker. A perfect plan. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched. Miss Roshan, you can also find a husband as soon as possible. That should be easier. I believe you have the means to leak the secret to him. When Roshan heard that, her eyes widened and her mouth gaped. How can I do that? Marriage is a very serious matter. It requires careful observation, careful selection, and a certain period of time to verify it. That's not what you said just now. Klein didn't reason with Miss Roshan. After exchanging a few pleasantries with her, he bade farewell and went underground. When he arrived at the armory, he saw old Neil fiddling with the hand-ground coffee. Hence, he sat down and waited patiently. You should be an official member soon, right? Old Neil asked casually as he filtered the information. Captain said that it will take another 2 to 3 days, and I'm not sure if the Holy Cathedral will approve it, Klein answered frankly. Heh! Old Neil laughed. The Holy Cathedral will not object to such matters, especially when you have already become a beyonder. Upon saying that, he turned his head and looked at Klein with a chuckle. You have to be mentally prepared. Every official member of the Nighthawks has to go through a ritual, and that is to independently complete a mission. Of course, Dunn will definitely choose the easiest and simplest mission for a rookie. Furthermore, you are a support-type seer. Chapter 81. I have to complete a mission independently to become an official member? Klein was taken aback. But we might not even have one mission a week, and it might not be easy. Doesn't this mean that I'll need about a month or 2 to officially become a Nighthawk before I can get a promotion and a raise? Old Neil took a whiff of the coffee and glanced at him. This is just a ritual between Nighthawks. After all, we stand at the forefront of fighting against beyonder dangers. We definitely don't want our teammates to be children that need to be taken care of at all times. And this doesn't affect you from receiving the salary of an official member, obtaining the corresponding rights, and fulfilling the necessary obligations. So it's a ritual to obtain the recognition of other Nighthawks. But, Mr. Neil, why did you emphasize that it doesn't affect my salary as an official member? Did I make it that obvious? Klein touched his face and smiled awkwardly. He then asked, Does it have to be a mission of beyonder nature? That should be the case, but your performance yesterday was rather outstanding. You cleverly killed a beyonder that's at least a sequence 8. I believe Fry and Royale have already acknowledged you. Therefore, Dunn might just assign you an ordinary mission. Old Neil suddenly sighed. Doubling my salary? I'll never encounter something like that again in my life. Klein laughed and took the initiative to mention his sequence pathway. Mr. Neil, do you believe that the corresponding sequence 8 of Seer is the real clown? In fact, recalling the description on the confidential information, it was quite consistent. A job that's good at skill-based combat. I can't guarantee you, but I think it's very likely. First of all, it matches the information. It's characterized by agile movements and skill-based combat. Second, other sequence pathways have similar situations. Do you know what the corresponding sequence 8 for Mystery Prior is? Old Neil asked with a chuckle. I don't know. It's not on the church's information. Klein shook his head frankly. Old Neil chuckled. I'm acquainted with the 2 old guys from the machinery hive mind. They jokingly mentioned that the corresponding sequence 8 potion for Mystery Prior is Combat Scholar. Did you hear that? Combat Scholar? Goddess, I don't like combat at all. It doesn't match the image of a Mystery Prior at all. It's understandable. Mystery Priors seek the secrets behind things, and combat is one of them. Klein said after some thought. All right, don't waste time. Continue with the mysticism course. You still have a lot of ritualistic magic to master. You still need to learn how to make charms and amulets. Old Neil finished making the coffee. All right. Klein sat down and arranged the time for today in his mind. In the morning, he would study mysticism, read through all kinds of historical materials, and submit a reimbursement application. After lunch, he would go to the shooting club to practice. Then, he would head to the Deweyville Library in the Golden Indus Borough to see if he could borrow academic monographs and corresponding journals related to the Hornacious main peak. After doing all this, if he had time, he would go to the divination club. He couldn't slack off in the slightest when acting. When the application was approved and he received the fees, he would buy a formal suit on the way home. Yes, I'll apply for the materials tomorrow morning and attempt to make an amulet for Melissa and Banson that can avert disaster. In an elegantly decorated dining room with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, a few friends were congratulating Joyce Mayer on his escape from disaster and his return to Tingen. We've all seen the newspapers. Just the description is frightening, a man with a short beard said wistfully. A man with a short beard said emotionally, Joyce, it's hard to believe that you've experienced such things and suffered such hardships. Cheers, the bad luck is gone. The sun shines on us and the steam above. Joyce and his fiancée, Anna, raised their glasses in unison and clinked them with their friends. Then, they downed the remaining champagne in one gulp. Anna has been extremely worried these past few days. I suspect that she's been crying every night. When I invited her for afternoon tea, her mind would wander off. Thankfully, you have finally returned. Otherwise, I suspect she would have died just like that. A young lady with brown hair coiled up glanced at Anna and said to Joyce. She had a petite and adorable nose. If Anna had encountered something similar, I would have done the same, or even lost my composure. Joyce, who had a hooked nose, looked at his fiancée with a gentle gaze. Anna wasn't used to showing her emotions in front of others. She glanced at the other end of the long table and said, Bogda, why do you keep your head lowered? Bogda, why do you keep your head down? I can sense that you're in a bad mood. The young lady with a petite nose answered on his behalf, Bogda is sick. The physician told him that there's a huge problem with his liver. Medicine can only reduce the pain, but it can't really be treated. He needs to undergo surgery. Lord, when did this happen? Anna and Joyce asked in surprise and concern. Bogda was a young man with light, short hair. His face was sallow, and his usually shrewd red eyes were tainted with dullness. It happened last week. As Joyce hasn't returned yet, I told Aaron and the rest not to tell you, Bogda explained with a bitter smile. Joyce asked in a staid manner, Have you decided when you want to undergo the surgery? Bogda's expression fluctuated a few times. No, I haven't made up my mind. As you know, those surgeons are practically butchers. The person performing the surgery is like a piece of meat on a chopping board, to be casually slaughtered by them. I've seen many reports. They even use axes to perform amputations. Lord, I suspect I will die on the operating table. But if this drags on, perhaps the surgery won't be able to save you, the man with a short beard persuaded. At this moment, Anna suddenly interrupted. Bogda, perhaps you can consider doing a divination. If the divination shows that everything is going well, then hurry up with the surgery. If the divination doesn't turn out well, find another way and follow the divination master's instructions. I know a real, magical divination master. No, I should call him a seer. I believe he will definitely be able to help you. Really? Bogda asked with obvious suspicion. Their other friends shared a similar attitude. Really? Anna nodded without hesitation. I got him to do a divination on Joyce's situation. Then, he told me to return home. Your fiancé is waiting for you at home. Back then, I was just like all of you, filled with doubts. But when I returned home, I really saw Joyce. He really came back. I can attest to that, agreed Joyce. He didn't mention that he had gone to ask for a dream interpretation because the police had told him that Triss hadn't been caught yet. Therefore, he had to keep the secret to prevent any retaliation. Lord, this is unbelievable! Is divination really that magical? Amidst the exclamations, Bogda pondered for a moment before saying, "Perhaps I really should do a divination. Maybe I really should get a divination. Anna, Joyce, can you tell me the seer's address and name?" Anna heaved a sigh of relief. "You have made a wise choice. That seer is at the Divination Club on Howe Street. His name is Klein Moretti. Golden Indus Borough, Deweyville Library." Klein used the introductory letter his mentor had given him to successfully apply for a library card. As he flipped through the tiny card in his hand, he asked the librarians, "Do you have research on the Hornacis main peak? It's published by the Rouen Publishing House." One of the librarians immediately replied, "Do you have research on the Hornacis main peak?" One of the librarians immediately replied, "Please wait a moment. Please wait a moment, I'll look for it." He turned around and faced the drawers. He pulled out the one that corresponded to the first letter of Hornacis. Following that, he flipped through a few cards filled with words in a certain pattern. After looking through them carefully, he shook his head. "I'm sorry, sir. We don't have this book in our collection." "What a pity," Klein replied in disappointment. "From the looks of it, I can only write to Rouen Publishing House or return to Koei University." At the same time, he sighed inwardly. He lamented that the world's libraries were still managed in ancient ways. "You need a computer. Unfortunately, I don't have a car." Klein gave a self-deprecating remark. He then asked, "Do you have journals like New Archaeology or Archaeology Review?" "Yes," the librarian answered with certainty. "A gentleman just returned it." He flipped through the corresponding cards again and pointed out the bookshelves to Klein. Klein came over and scanned through the serial numbers. He then pulled out the few books his mentor had mentioned. Then, he randomly found a seat by the window and sat down. Under the bright afternoon sun, he began reading the materials in the quiet library. Ancient ruins not only exist on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range, but they also exist in the forests, valleys, and slopes around the main peak. These ruins are formed by towering domes and gigantic stone pillars. They can be directly described as magnificent. What's puzzling is how did the natives mine and grind these stones? First, let's assume that they mined on the spot and didn't need to transport them up the mountain. There's a strange pattern. The closer one is to the mountain peak, the grander the ruins. But what's surprising is that there are no ruins on the mountain peak. According to our inference, there should be a palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. It should be a temple used for sacrifices. A palace that doesn't look like it was built by humans. A temple used for sacrifices. Could it be the one I saw in my dream? Amidst his thoughts, he suddenly heard a few footsteps approaching from afar. He looked up and saw a familiar face, a face that often appeared in the newspapers. He had a squarish face, thick eyebrows, a sharp nose, short dark blonde hair, blue eyes, and tightly pursed lip. All of these belonged to a famous person in Tianjin. He was a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and the owner of the library, Sir Deweyville. Beside Deweyville was the middle-aged butler that Klein had seen before. Chapter 82. Various colors appeared as his aura reflected in his eyes. Klein casually observed Sir Deweyville's condition. His body is very healthy, and there are almost no hidden problems. His mood is terrible, and there's a hint of weakness amidst the gloom. Mental weakness? Poor sleep? But the problem is that there's nothing wrong with the purple on his head. As Klein muttered to himself, Sir Deweyville and company walked further and further away from the library. Retracting his gaze, Klein pinched his forehead and sighed to himself. It's not easy being a tycoon. He didn't pay much attention to the matter as he cast his gaze back onto the magazines in front of him. After reading one article after another, Klein didn't find any useful clues. He only confirmed a few things. First, there was indeed an ancient kingdom around the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range. Second, the history of this ancient kingdom could be traced back to at least 1500 years ago. Third, their architectural style was majestic, and they left behind all sorts of murals. From the murals, it could be seen that they believed that after death, people would protect their loved ones in the night. Lastly, there were symbols that symbolized the night in the ruins, but they were clearly different from the Evernight sacred emblem. If there's a chance, no, even if there's a chance, I won't go there. Klein gritted his teeth and muttered. He decided to stay away from courting death. He packed up the magazines and placed them back in their original positions. Then, he wore his top hat, picked up his cane, and left Deweyville's library. Divination Club. Bogda looked at the beautiful lady in charge of reception. I would like to have a divination. Angelica smiled politely. Do you have a designated fortune-teller? Or you can flip through our introductions and choose the one most suitable for you. Bogda pressed the right side of his abdomen and took a silent breath. I wish to seek Mr. Klein Moretti's help in divination. But Mr. Moretti isn't around today, Angelica answered without needing confirmation. Bogda fell silent as he paced back and forth. When will Mr. Moretti be here? No one knows. He has his own matters to attend to. According to my observations, he comes most often on Monday afternoons, Angelica said as she thought. All right. Bogda's expression darkened as he turned to leave. Sir, you can also choose other fortune-tellers, such as the famous Mr. Jonas Vincent in Tingen City. Angelica tried her best to salvage the business. Bogda stopped in his tracks and hesitated for a moment. No, I only trust Mr. Moretti. Can I wait here for a while? Maybe he'll come over after he's done with his business. No problem. Angelica smiled warmly. Bogda came to the sofa and sat down. He stroked his cane from time to time and looked out the window from time to time, appearing rather anxious. Time ticked by. Just as Bogda's mind was in a mess, unsure if he should leave or continue waiting, he heard the beautiful lady shout in surprise. Good afternoon, Mr. Moretti. When Klein saw the familiar Angelica, he wanted to ask why she was here again. Don't you need to rest? Don't you have holidays? However, he immediately realized that as a seer, he shouldn't ask such a question. Instead, he should use the tone of a charlatan and say, Fate is truly wonderful, Madame Angelica. We meet again. Does this sound like a flirtation? Klein's thoughts changed rapidly. In the end, he only answered with a smile. Good afternoon, Miss Angelica. A customer wishes to have his fortune told. Angelica pointed at Bogda, who had hurriedly stood up from the sofa. Someone actually chose me? Klein took off his half-top hat in surprise and pinched the space between his eyebrows. Good afternoon, mister. He looked over and suddenly stopped. In his spirit vision, the color of the divination seeker's liver was dim, almost turning black. Even the other parts of the body lost their balance as their auras became thinner. Klein deliberated for a moment and said with a serious expression, Sir, you should see a doctor, not a fortune-teller. Bogda stood there in a daze. Soon after, he revealed a look of pleasant surprise and muttered to himself, How magical! Anna didn't lie to me. He suddenly raised his head and looked earnestly at Klein. Mr. Moretti, I've actually seen a doctor. There might be a surgery coming up, but I'm afraid of it. I wish to divine the outcome. Surgeries in this era are really dangerous. Although there's Roselle the Great pushing for it, it's still lacking in the necessary technology. Klein didn't reject him as he nodded slightly. The price for my divination is 8 pence. Is there a problem? 8 pence. Bogda exclaimed in surprise. You're only charging 8 pence? According to Anna's description and Mr. Moretti's performance, I'm willing to pay at least £1. Haven't you heard of small profits but quick turnover? Klein felt awkward. After thinking for a few seconds, the corners of his mouth curled up. He calmly replied, Obtaining a revelation from a deity and peeking into a corner of fate is a fortunate thing. Therefore, we have to remain humble and restrain our greed. Only then can we continue receiving blessings. You are a true seer. Bogda pressed his hand to his chest and bowed. His tone was very sincere. Upon receiving such praise and trust, Klein's spirituality seemed to relax, and the principles he had just described seemed to have touched upon something. Miss Angelica, can the topaz room be used? He turned to look at the beautiful lady beside him. Angelica secretly heaved a sigh of relief for Bogda as she smiled sweetly. Yes. After entering the divination room, Klein got Bogda to lock the door from the inside. He sat behind the table and pinched his forehead. How about we use tarot cards for divination? He asked with a smile. Spirit dowsing was only suitable for things that were related to oneself. Drawing an astrolabe was too time-consuming. You decide. Bogda had no objections. Therefore, Klein got him to shuffle the cards, cut the cards, and set up an intisarray. Relying on the uniqueness of a seer, Klein didn't flip the other cards. He directly flipped the card that represented the final outcome. A reversed wheel of fortune. Things will develop in a bad direction, he said solemnly after taking a glance. Bogda's face instantly turned pale. His lips quivered a few times. Is there no hope? With the thought of trying his best, Klein said, Then, I'll change the divination method. Then I'll change the method of divination. Please leave your ring and write your date of birth on this piece of paper. Then, go outside and wait quietly. Influenced by his gentle and soothing voice, Bogda calmed down. He wrote the information according to his instructions and left the ring behind. Watching him leave, Klein wrote a line of words on the piece of paper. Results of Bogda Jones' liver surgery. He picked up the ring and paper, leaned back in his chair, and attempted dream divination once again. In the blurry and distorted world, he gradually found himself. He saw the gentleman collapse with a gloomy expression. He saw him covered in a white cloth as he was pushed out of the shaky operating theater. This time, Klein didn't encounter anything strange, nor did he feel like he was being watched. He quickly woke up and frowned as he considered how to inform Bogda of the outcome. The surgery has a high chance of leading to death. I can try using ritualistic magic that I just learned today, but it will expose the matter of me being a beyonder. Furthermore, I have to first request it from the captain. It might not be able to treat such a serious illness. Klein thought hard and suddenly thought of something. Mr. Glassy's lung disease was treated by an apothecary. He said that the other party's medicine was very miraculous. What was it called? Yes, Lawson Darkweed, 18, Vlad Street, East Borough, Lawson's Folk Herb Store. As he had carefully memorized this matter, he quickly recalled the details. He tapped the edge of the table and quickly made a decision. Using spirit dowsing to quickly determine whether the idea was good or bad, Klein opened the door and looked at Bogda, who was standing up in a panic. As he returned the ring, he smiled warmly. I see hope in you. Really? Bogda asked in pleasant surprise. Klein didn't reply as he continued, Your hope is in East Borough on Vlad Street. Your hope lies in the East End, in Vlad Street, and in connection with the word Lawson. If you don't find it, come find me here after 4 in the afternoon on Monday. All right. Bogda nodded immediately as he took out his wallet in excitement. He counted out 5 pence and 3 pennies. He had followed Klein's instructions completely and didn't use the tip to corrupt the real seer. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he received it. He smiled warmly and said, I hope you find hope as soon as possible. After Bogda left, he did the same thing as the previous time. He handed over the commission and tipped Angelica, pretending that he only received one solely. East Borough, Vlad Street. Bogda walked from one end of the street to the other. He walked a total of 3 times until his liver started hurting again. Finally, He confirmed that there was only one thing on this street that had anything to do with Lawson. It was Lawson's Folk Herb Store located at number 18. He mustered his courage and walked in. He caught a whiff of all sorts of herbs and saw the shop owner. He was a man in his 30s or 40s with short black hair and a round face. The boss was dressed in attire that resembled a village witch doctor. His robe was deep black and embroidered with all sorts of strange symbols. "Hello, do you have medicine that can treat my illness?" Bogda asked politely. The boss raised his head and swept a glance at Bogda with his deep blue eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. As he said, "Your liver illness is very serious, but everything depends on whether you have the money to pay for the medicine." "He can tell?" Bogda suddenly felt a little more confident as he hurriedly nodded. "How much is your medicine worth?" £10. "That's very fair." The boss took out a bag of herbs from under the counter and said, "Add water. Add enough water to boil it into medicine. After it's done, add 10 drops of fresh rooster blood and drink it immediately. This bag of herbs can be cooked thrice. After 3 times there shouldn't be any problems." As he spoke, he tore open the yellowish-brown paper and threw a few strange herbs inside. "That doesn't sound very believable." Bogda swallowed his saliva and said, "That's it?" The boss stared at him and suddenly revealed a smile. "Do you want anything else? How about this bag? When your liver illness recovers, I guarantee that you and your wife will be satisfied." He chuckled as he took out another bag of black paper herbs. He suppressed his voice and said, "There's mummy powder added inside. Believe me, many nobles consume such things. They put it in tea or boil it into soup." Bogda's confidence in the boss was completely shaken. He even felt disgusted.